Haha. Success, we have returned. So, it is Tuesday. And as usual on Tuesday, we are back on DDO. So, for anyone who missed it on Thursday, here is the current state of things. We have reincarnated. And we wanted to do our last Tabaxi Trailblazer life, but we already had our 3 monk lives. So, what have we done instead? We are a not monk, also known as a Sacred Fist. So it's like a paladin, but it's like a monk. But it's really a paladin, but it's really a monk. So we are being a stick Sacred Fist because we already had all the stick monk gear. The biggest difference is, of course, that we have opted to not go dex-based. We are, in theory, charisma-based, although our charisma is not that much higher than our constitution or our strength, but at least in theory, we are charisma-based, which does give us ridiculous saves. And by being a paladin and taking the defensive stance, we've got big defenses too. In fact, if we look at our stance, we are actually overcapped by like 13 in magic resist, because we're wearing robes, of course, as a monk, even now at level 16. Now, we did play a little bit off-stream. On stream last Thursday, we did go through all of Myth Draenor. And then off stream, we hit Giant Hold 13s and the Lord's March 13s. So today, we will be on 14s. The question is, which ones? Well, let's see. Deathy is on Giant Hold Flaggers. But of course, if you want to watch those, you may go watch his stream. So let's not double up on that. We will start with a one-off instead of a chain, I guess. Which many people avoid because it can be a little bit hazardous. But we'll do Tower Frost. Oh wait, we need to turn up the volume here a little bit. There we go. And we'll set it to public because why not? So, unlike normal monk, we do get self buffs, so we have to do those at the start of the quest.
Sultry, snow drifts down from the top of the wizard's tower. A voice booms from the magic mouth. Welcome to Theobald's home. Your actions are being monitored for security purposes. For your stay and for your own safety, keep your hands to yourself.
Honestly, I probably didn't need to kill these guys. We could have just tried our luck at getting in the door and seeing if they hit us while we channeled it. But, you know, we make do. Excuse you. Let's see, we don't need to do anything. Oh, that's a Plague Reaper. Okay. We do actually want to kill the Plague Reaper. Lots of lag tonight. Lot of lag tonight. I guess they really want to encourage everyone to be thankful for the new and improved servers that are coming out soon. Okay. We gotta take down the ice methods. All the ice methods. We gotta wake up all the ice methods. And now that the methods are done, got all these orcs that need dealing with.
You've disabled one of the magic wards, protecting the eye of the wizard.
There we go. We killed most of them. We probably won't get too much dungeon alert. Hopefully. Maybe. Let's see. We need to go to the middle here to pull the lever.
Coming from the large central room, while deep noise issues from the side
There we go. We pulled the lever. We grabbed the claim ticket. Kill more dudes.
Which says it can be redeemed at some kind of storage area.
And up we go. We haven't gotten to the problematic levels yet. Problematic levels being, of course, the dangerous ones, not ones that have potentially, let's say, antiquated views. Let's see, we don't care about the slimes over there, we don't care about these guys, but we do need to go the rest of the way down this hallway. You know, I had hoped that a few more would group up here so I could AoE them down more easily, but we'll make do with just that many grouping up. And the garden level is relatively straightforward. We just, we break the hedges. Although I do need to remember to use Quick Strike. We just picked that up when we took our level 16. And it's 25% double strike, so it's definitely worth keeping the buff up, because it is a huge, huge buff. And another Plague Reaper. You know, I had hoped that the dude sitting down would join me in order to be AoE'd a little bit more easily, but, you know, you can't always get what you want. But we try sometimes to get what we need.
The immaterial
And while I do run Tower Frost, I think more than most people do, I do not have this part memorized. So we're going to take a quick wiki trip. Alright, my initial instinct was right that this is the sides. Because I knew one of them was the sides. Like, they all have the right hand one. And then it's left, bottom, mid. There we go. And that is the second one.
Your story was delightful, exclaims the magic man.
Hi.
Here, let's see what's away from you.
I'm like, why can't I leap strike? It's like, well, it's on cooldown. That's why. You just hit it as a movement ability, so you don't get it as an attack ability now. But you can't use it twice like that. Go figure. Now, this is the level that is... No, sorry. It's the one after this that is the one that gives people problems for why they don't want to run this. It is the very, very hazardous... one with all the oozes. And you might think, wait, there isn't a dangerous thing with a bunch of oozes in here. And you'd be half correct. Because what I'm referring to as oozes are the living spells. Which, for some reason, count as oozes. Or have, like, that creature type. I don't know why that is, but it is.
A Jinny appears before you in a gust of hot, dry wind.
Yep. Did I not say the right thing to him? Alright, good. I guess I needed to talk to him twice. It is nice having some consistent self-healing, though.
One of the magic wards, protecting the Eye of Risen.
Here we go, library level. This is the risky part, and we don't have any spell absorb on, so we're just going to need to burst some stuff down. Oh, and we apparently don't have, let's recast Night Shield. That's a helpful one to have. Alright, grab all you guys. And obviously, they don't get hurt by the fire portion, but... Wait, there we go. The Soul of Cruelty is the one that did more damage than probably all of the others combined. Just because the poison dot is a menace.
One of the magic wards, protecting the Eye of Riziel. All the magic wards protecting the Eye of Rizia on the ground floor
Plus,
are now disabled.
another benefit of being charisma based is that our lay on hands heals for a ton. Just an absolute huge amount. As long as, of course, you wait until you're out of combat.
With magical energy adapted.
Oh, I thought it'd be damage traps, and it wouldn't matter much because, well, we have evasion and stuff. But no, it's sticky traps, which just make us really annoyed for long periods of time. I almost went and stepped on that thing, but the problem is, stepping on the teleporter just moves me to the next section of this level, and we need to pull this lever first. Okay, once again, pull lever, then get on teleporter. Try to at least kill some things to keep our dungeon alert reasonable. There are traps here, I think. At least I'm pretty sure. I really like the extra fire wave thing. I don't know why it has such a shorter cooldown. I think because it's balanced around actually costing ki on Sacred Fist, but come on.
Now powered by magical energy, the elevator
I think I want to pull this lever over here first. I'm not sure if it matters, but we'll see. But yes, now we have our elevator. We can go and grab the thingy. What class am I
This
playing?
elevator is clearly the work of
So
House
we
Odin
are
artificers.
on a
Theobald
Sacred
has
Fist.
spared no expense
We are also
in
lagging.
equipping
Okay.
this tower.
So we do have a bit of a split class because we are on Tabaxi Trailblazer, so our first level had to be Monk.
The Eye of
So we're
Rizia
actually
dates
playing
back
2
to the
Monk,
time of the giant,
1 Favored Soul,
while the Eye
and
of
the
Rizia
rest is all going into Sacred Fist.
its exact ability
Also, welcome,
is
Lizard.
unknown. Please do not touch. The Eye of Rizia is bitter cold.
So, and the reason we did that is because we needed 1 more Tabaxi Trailblazer life, but we already have 3 Monk lives, so it's like, well, I'll play the not a Monk, which is to say Sacred Fist. It's just like Monk, except that it isn't.
Sound of howling wind can be heard from down the hole. You found Theobald, but the wizard is entombed in ice, standing by the howling forest of
Ah, here we go.
to the portal, and the troublesome gateway to Rizia instantly rings. There's a crash of ice.
And we just kind of beat this dude down. No big deal. And then these guys somehow hadn't seen me yet, so we get a good lineup on our like little fire wave ability there. Come here. Stop running around. And here we go.
Dealt with the Rizian
So
intruder.
despite the dangers
Should be
posed by the
stop
living
Theobald
spells,
from paying his overdue rent.
Tower Frost is still pretty solid XP if you're familiar with it. So it's like, what was that? 35,000 XP and it's 12 minutes? So pretty solid for this level. Okay, what do we have? We've got Wayloon and Cogs. then best laid plan. So we've got all like level 15 stuff, and we don't want to jump into that stuff quite yet since we haven't done like any 14s besides that one that we just did. Fortunately, there aren't a ton of 14s around. There's the Madness Chain. There's, of course, we're going to do the level 14s in Giant Hold. And that's pretty much it. It's just, you do Giant Hold and then plus one other chain, basically. And then jump ahead to Sharn. So I think we'll do Giant Hold next. We will grab a hireling, just in case no one wants to join us for Crucible. And we'll grab our bracers out of the bank to make the Crucible even easier. Because it's one thing to be on a monk and be like, oh, I have evasion. I can do the swim. And it's yet another to be, it's like, oh, I'm in a charisma-based paladin that's a monk, so I have evasion and 50-something reflex saves. Alright. And off we go. Wait, I should grab social item too. There we go. And let's pull out our swaps, shall we? This goes here, this goes here. And then we want to grab our Golden Guile and our aquatic bracers. There we go. We are now ready to do Crucible very easily. Send me to Storm's Fist. That's the one we want. Because we're doing Cabal for one and then Crucible. And of course, we're going to want the hireling for Prison of Plains as well, so it's not like it's only for Crucible.
I rested for the night here when I first arrived.
Yeah, we'll go
I see
two,
the
why not?
hobgoblins have fortified this area.
One is
and
pretty
put it to good
straightforward,
use.
so might as well go a little higher.
These ruins have long been inhabited by this fractured remnant of the Dakani Empire.
You want the... We've got a deal then. You've got some conspirators to kill.
With that,
Hi.
the hobgoblin disappears into a passage in the wall.
Why was the icon fully lit up if I don't have enough ki? They didn't all die. I don't like trailing like everyone behind me because I don't like dealing with Dungeon Alert. Like some people just super zerg and they don't apparently mind getting all the various slowdowns that come with Dungeon Alert, but it annoys me, so I try to not do things that way. Oh, he went down already. How convenient for me. Plus, if I can gather stuff up and kill it in like 1 or 2 fire waves, then it makes things simpler for me that way too. There we go. Hi. Alright, that was effective at killing people. Let's see if we can kill people up here just as effectively. come back here.
The last conspirator falls. It is
Ah, the paralysis proc.
giants
Very convenient. So we're still at green dungeon alert, which is not terrible. And it's gone. And it's back.
as the rusty door swings
Oh, all the way up to red.
issues from beyond.
King Vendex has ordered
Well, I really don't want it up that high during the boss fight, because that's when it actually gets annoying, and they get, like, super high resistances. Okay, so... And now he comes out,
what I want. No reason to let you.
and he dies. And so, going up to 2 skulls really didn't hamper us too much, but that's kind of what happens when you've got a bunch of past lives and stuff. Makes this sort of thing a little bit easier. And we should be able to finish Crucible in, you know, under 15 minutes. So we'll have that going for us as well, which is nice. I just wish I knew how to best get the hireling to turn the wheels. Because it's just, it's very annoying the way I do it, having to, like, turn off auto-targeting. But I know there's a way you can do it where you don't need to do that, and they'll still, like, turn the wheels when you need them to.
Regal, this dragon looks.
But I don't know what that is.
How
So,
base is my reflection in its side.
one downside is,
But I
of
could
course,
bathe myself in fire.
being melee.
This pain I feel.
You are greeted by growls, insults, and mocking laughter from the veterans of the Storm's Fist.
And the downside to being melee is that I can't do anything about my hireling getting shot from above. So, that's the main problem there.
Jorgundal, the commander of the Storm's
Like, it's not a problem for me, but it is a problem for the hireling, and thus a problem for me getting the hireling to actually pull the levers. Oh, yeah, they're still gathering and haven't gone through yet. It'll let me through eventually. Oh, I should be buffing. Go. Take them out.
The sign reads, Maze of Honor.
And we'll hit I first. There we go. Follow up. It has occurred to me that I have not brought res scrolls, which means if my hireling dies, then I won't be able to bring her back, and I'll be kind of screwed.
Crystalline horn rests on a pedestal.
Well, defend. There we go. That's that valve done. Follow. Stay. Is she getting... Yes, she is getting attacked. Where did these guys even come from? Okay, she's just standing there getting shot. So she's neither turning the lever nor is she defending herself. There we go. Okay, so this one, I'm less confident about her ability to target it when I am not there, so we will continue hard targeting it. Right. She is getting shot at. So, okay, there we go. Excellent. Grabbed it. And I don't think we'll need her for anything else. So we've got that going for us, which is nice.
The gilded dragon head next to the door has a hole where its horn used to belong. Strong currents tug at your feet as you step into the water.
Okay. As we attempt to just rush past everything.
Chamber of Agility.
Go over here. Use our leap to get across. Use the timing on these to not get hit. Not that we would take much damage anyway. We not only have
Horn of Agility rests here.
high evasion and everything, but we also have high physical resist. So even when we get hit, it doesn't hurt us much.
There's something familiar about this cringing kobold.
There we go. And because we did the socials in the beginning, we don't have to worry about this.
Has collapsed. The broken bodies of several orcs lie below.
Most especially, we don't have to worry about these guys who are casters. Also, wisdom.
You approach a prominent
28.
book on a lectern surrounded by 6 numbered doorways.
Fourth, nearest the book, and even. And that doesn't help us much. Well, it got it down to a 50-50, so we had that at least. Now, one downside for this is that we do not have freedom of movement. So we need to kill all of the casters at least. So we can't do the actual speedrun technique of, you know, ignore these guys while we go around and take care of the actual things we need to do to progress. Because, well, no freedom of movement means... Well, actually, this is kind of dumb. I have freedom of movement. I just need to switch to it. So, let's do it that way. Let's put on freedom of movement. If I could, you know, click the right thing.
7 signal crystals above 11.
Blue 0, red 3, green 4. Alright, red 3. 1, 2, 3. And green 4. One, 2, 3, and 4.
As the puzzle wheel clicks into place, a loud gear grinds in the southeast corner of the room.
I almost fell off. Okay, there we go. A little bit of healing. A little bit of fire. And we have to open up the shortcut for ourselves. So, the funny thing is, I don't think I'm actually going to beat the time of the current frontrunner of the First Life run. Because their time came in at just a hair under 12 minutes. And I've spent a little bit too long on a couple sections. So, while their time is definitely beatable, it is highly competitive.
It makes its way around several stone obstructions. A glittering pile of treasure is surrounded by agitated.
Go. The heals are really, really tiny when I'm still in combat with things, but that's to be expected. Right, off we go. And I would also need to make sure to actually keep maximum uptime on feline agility. Right, that would also be important. But we are good to go.
Curiously bangs an alarm as you approach.
See, it's things like that where you lose a bunch of time due to it's like suddenly sleet storm. And now we get to wait for like a minute-ish while they talk about stuff.
The bugbear's growling voice.
This is why the winning build was something that had Funeral of Movement on permanently. Well, I shouldn't say it's winning yet. It was the leader last I checked.
All won your place in the horde. Now these maggots must do the same. The new recruits will be harried by
But yeah, let's refresh our buffs. Make sure we have all of the right gear on, which is the problem with running things as gear swaps.
They will be hammered by Gorn Gutchewer. He's not
But yeah, this takes a minute-ish.
guzzling champion of the dragon below. And
I will note that we did just barely tick over to be eligible to take 17 with that last quest. So we may head into Sharn a little early, or we may not.
wants no weaklings in his horde. Can these soft-looking traitors to Stormreach survive?
Alright,
the
one more
arena of
line.
power? Today the Storm's Fist.
Yeah, see? I, in fact, did not beat his time, even on this high life. And he was on a first lifer with terrible gear. This is what happens with little bits of optimization. Most notably, as far as... I will say it's close. Like, I believe the current time of the leader is 11:55-ish. Like, it's a couple seconds under 12 minutes. And we've got 12:06. So we were like 10 seconds slower. And pretty much all of that can be attributed to the not having freedom of movement and like getting caught in some clouds. That, and I lost a decent amount of time in the maze, like backtracking when I wasn't able to kill the ranged guys up top. So they were keeping my hireling from pulling levers. That's the other big contributor to the slowdown. But that's just how things go. And I should have probably used a teleporter here instead of running, but it's fine. We'll take a nice chill trip through the Giant Hold Wilderness. And, well, chill trips are few and far between in my neck of the woods these days because it's going to be in the 90s all week. And not only is it going to be in the 90s, but it's not going to get below the 70s all week, even overnight. So it's a bit of a hot one out these days, which isn't so bad for me because my 9 to 5 is an office job. But there's some road crews around doing work in the area as well. Something about like resurfacing roads, and I've worked like construction, like framing in the past in the heat, and it sucks. But that's nothing next to like guys who are say working on blacktop or working on roofs, or the ever fun HVAC people like going through people's attics. Like, oh, so it's 100 degrees outside? How is it inside that nice attic with all the like heat beating down on it? 120? 130? It's like, that's even worse.
Blaze calls out after you. Find the seers. Help them stop this madness.
Oh, that's a Plague Reaper. Okay, so we do want to come up here, grab these guys. We also need to put up our buffs. There we go. Oh, more Reapers. Nice. I'm trying to put burst damage onto the mages specifically so they don't go invisible. Although that doesn't actually matter anymore, because that was the last group. And we have to come back here anyway later, so we'll just get them later. It's no big deal. And unfortunately, you can't do any meaningful skips in here when you're solo. Like, if you're as a group, there are things you can do to like skip ahead, but they're not useful when you're solo because you have to do the stuff in the beginning anyway. So it's just how that goes.
Only the giant seers ahead. Only piles of gargantuan bones.
Hello, need more chai. Welcome. Been to any more conferences or anything recently? You seem to have had a really good experience with the last one you went to.
These guardians are some new magic, says the seer. They protect the South Crystal.
We are just chilling here today. Scrounging for a job still? Yeah, there's a lot of people in that whole mess, from what I understand. But, you know, 'tis what it is.
The bluff seen from the crater floor lies ahead. The shimmering magic crystal at its top. The seer
And unfortunately we can't turn him invisible, so we have to actually sit here and like kill everything.
The seer turns to you. I will stop the ritual now. Tell me.
Oh. Reaper. But yeah, this is why you can't really speedrun this particular quest. Because you're just going to have to sit here waiting. Like, the best you could do is, like, with a group of 3, like, each one takes the fastest possible route to one of the seers, and you all sit here burning the defense time at the same time together. But we can't do that right now.
The seer calls out. Keep them at
So
bay.
we just get to rest. I'm debating whether or not I should use Sun Stance instead of Wind Stance. How does it actually affect my attack speed? Melee attack speed bonus is 8 currently. No. You may not head up there to attack him. Okay, so in Wind Stance, our melee attack speed bonus is 8. In Fire, it is still 8. Does it not stack? Golden Greaves is stronger. Let's look at Golden Greaves real quick.
Almost
Golden Greaves, it has speed 21, so it's 8%. And this is
longer.
only 7.5% because of the, because I only have 1 level in Monk, so it's the lowest level version. Good. We get to sit in Fire Stance for extra key generation. Should have looked at that previously. Obviously, we could go here if we wanted more defenses, but it's no big deal. Oh, our night shift wore off. Let's put that back on. There we go. I think that's the last group. Maybe?
The seer pants
There we
heavily.
go.
I feel the magic source.
Off we go.
It is near. The dust and debris underfoot suggests this passage has gone undisturbed for a very long time.
Alright, where are they? Ah, there they are. Come on.
And a maddened giant seer comes charging out.
Chanter goes down.
Madness overcame me,
Talk to the
says
seer.
the seer.
So, I used to be worried about killing those.
The crystal
Like, oh no, we don't want to hit those guys that we're trying to rescue. It's like, except it turns out, it doesn't matter. You can hit them all you want, they will not die. Which is good, because it would suck, especially in a party, if some people could fail the quest for everyone by just being like, oh no, we're just gonna hit the dude. Like, in solo play, you have only yourself to blame, but of course, if you're not in solo play, then you have everyone to blame. Now, this one is kind of annoying, because we don't have really good crowd control. Like, we do have a trip attack, and we are melee. But on the flip side to, oh no, we're melee,
I do the ritual. You keep me safe.
we do have good movement speed for when we have to run around all over the place to defend everything. Alright, there's another one coming over here. Okay, there was one more over here that... Oh, it did die. Okay, cool. I think I have to go up top again, though. Now, there is something you can do here, which I'm not doing that I probably should, which is if you intimidate one of these, like, if you just leave this guy alive and intimidated, more won't spawn. So, if you can just keep this guy intimidated, then it's no problem. You don't have to keep coming up here to kill him. You see, I've got his aggro now.
The seer calls out.
But I am somewhat worried that, like, when I jump down, he might say, hit this guy just because he's, like, aiming down at me or something. I don't know if... see? See? He just shot him, even though he was theoretically still aggroed on me. Oh, right. Healing him is effective. Which I learned... I did go one favored soul for the trance, yeah. Although I have not learned trance yet, because I prioritized other things. One coming from this side too, right? Yes. So there was a time when I thought that, like, you failed after they hit them a certain number of times, but I was later told, and I forget if I experimented with it to confirm it or not, that it's actually if they drop below a certain health. So as long as you can keep healing them, you're good. I don't think we're quite done here yet. I think we're gonna get at least one more wave. Yep, there's one. So the trick here is that the Minotaurs and the Ogres can each basically one-shot this guy. And see, look how fast he takes damage. He has, like, no health.
I could feel him, the caster of the spell. It is not what you think.
Go.
The crystal.
So, yeah. As long as you can keep topping him up, it doesn't matter if he takes a few pot shots here and there. Also, it's way easier to spam abilities now that I'm in fire stance. Or is that just a perception issue? Does base fire stance give? Yeah, it does give key generation even at the first level of trance.
From beyond the open
Go. Now we get the 4 that are in a row. Fine. And this is also fine. Basically 2-tap him. And grab a remnant chest.
Made to fight against me. Time we ended this outrage.
Alright. The question is whether or not we want to actually try to kill stuff up top or just get it aggroed on us. I'm always worried that they're going to un-aggro from us for whatever reason.
Down from the entrance to the crater's northern slope.
I'll probably run an ad while we're doing that part of the quest, just because it takes forever and it's annoying. And it's just a lot of waiting around, so it's a good time for an ad break.
Across the bridge and up the cliff lies the North Crystal.
Excellent. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and click the ad button. So for those of you who get ads, you know,
The seer
You don't have to sit through us just kind of waiting for this guy to channel his spell the whole time. And for those of you that remain, well, we can keep chatting about stuff while we wait. Oh, all of our buffs are wearing off. Bop. 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 I did not accurately account for the first round of Minotaurs. Excuse me, I'm trying to target the seer. Yeah, he was taking a bunch of damage. I think most of it was from the Minotaurs. Can I cast other spells on him? I mean, I guess I can do these.
The seer calls out. Keep them at bay.
Yeah, okay. Well, I guess we'll just hold block. We're gonna have to jump down in a second to kill Minotaurs anyway. Oh, there they are. And back we go again. Y'all still looking at me, right? Excellent. Oh, wow. Hireling just got one shot. Unfortunate for her. Are you attacking me? Alright, good. You're still focused on me. All eyes on me. Where are the Minotaurs? There should be Minotaurs coming here soon. When making a melee build, but okay. I will get to that in just a moment. There we go. So let's see, what were we saying? When making a melee build, what things do you think about prioritizing? Let's say on a character with minimal past lives, so no power creep. And doing R1 leveling for things like stunning reapers, the color spray, healing, defenses, etc. There's a couple directions to go on this, but it depends on what your priorities are. So, for example, I have played melee builds on hardcore servers before, but of course, because it's on a hardcore server, there is a large premium placed on survivability. Now, if it's, you know, just for running past lives or whatnot, then of course a big consideration is going to be leveling speed. Like, you want AoE because even if it's good at cap, like, it's just going to be annoying to level if you don't have any real form of AoE.
Very weak.
So there's that side of things. But I do like at least some solid form of defenses. I do very much want sustain. So whether that's defenses or something else, like builds without a way to self-heal, like, really annoy me. That said, the only one I really had a problem with as far as sustain was Fighter. But that was before they added Second Wind to Fighter. So it's really not that much of a problem anymore. Because, well, Second Wind is really handy. But yeah, you really just need a balance of damage, healing, and defenses. And by damage, I will specifically, as I mentioned, call out some form of area of effect damage. Because if you don't have AoE damage, you don't really have damage as far as leveling is concerned. Like, if you only have single target damage, your damage is not good for leveling. That's just how that is. So, like, I'm trying to think of a good example. Like, there's a lot of like assassination rogue type things that if you don't have something like Shadar-Kai chains while leveling, you're gonna have a bad time. Now, on the flip side, if you're doing something like Eldritch Knight, well, single weapon fighting doesn't matter. You get some spells for AoE, and you get that first core, like Cleave, for AoE. So, you're fine in that regard. Mist Monk, Whirlwind Attack for AoE. Yep, lots of Whirlwind Attack. And of course, Spring Attack is itself AoE as well.
Perhaps Blaze and his seers have
It's a little bit harder to aim, of course, because, well, you were jumping forward and the hitbox is a little wonky. Also, Monk does get the, Incinerating Wave eventually.
Good, the giant roars. My seers say these skeletons were dragon.
Sprint Boost is a must for leveling. Move Speed is the best stat.
Used to hide their... This is a place to avoid.
That depends on the rest of your powers, though.
Only death
Like,
will bring
if
peace.
move speed just gets you to Red Dungeon Alert, and then something barely touches you, and you get slowed down and just mobbed by all the things you couldn't kill, then it stops being the best stat. You need to kill stuff eventually. Especially when asking about, like, minimal past lives and a weaker overall build, it becomes less useful than... I will say the stronger your character is baseline, the better move speed is. I guess that's where I'm going to come down on that. But once you have... I'll say once you achieve like a certain baseline power, then move speed quickly becomes the best, yeah. But you do need a certain baseline of power before it actually becomes useful. Yeah, Bard is a really good one, who gets it in their tree innately. Blightcaster is... I don't know if Blightcaster gets it in their tree innately or they have to splash for it, but... See, who else gets it as a class tree? Barbarians get it as a class tree, Bards get it as a class tree. From what you said, I'm guessing Blightcaster also gets it?
What
Yeah.
secrets does it keep? What lies in
Falconry is OP. However, Falconry is one of those that is... That's one of the more annoying universals to unlock. In fact, I'm going to say it is the most annoying one to unlock if you're not, straight up buying it.
Beyond it lies the prison of the plains.
Because,
The answers.
because of how much rep you need to get it and the types of quests that rep is in.
The chamber, marked with the symbol of Dale, etched into the wall ahead, is the symbol for the plane of Da'anvi.
Or, of course, you could be Tabaxi Trailblazer, and then you don't care about Sprint Boost.
Some kind
It's like, what is your Sprint Boost? I get a weaker version of Sprint Boost
beyond the
at almost 100% uptime.
glowing symbol of Iris sits right at the center.
I do find it somewhat funny. Let's see, down, up, down, up. I do find it somewhat funny that my run of Crucible on this, like, many past-lived character, I did not beat the current frontrunner for the Crucible speedrun competition I put up on a first lifer with terrible gear. Now, granted, I was within like 10 seconds, but still. It is funny that way. Which is probably why I have only received one entry, because when the first entry is first life solo Crucible in a hair under 12 minutes, it kind of scares other people away. It's just like, well, can't beat that. Not gonna bother.
Into a makeshift camp. Yet another magical barrier. Whatever was imprisoned within this chamber.
Which is not to say it's not beatable.
terribly powerful.
Yeah, it depends on which mobs and which quests, but I will say, in general, I will agree with that. Like, if not one tap, definitely two tap.
Intricate locking mechanism.
Specifically with the SLAs, where you can just apply full meta magics. Because on a first lifer, using full meta magics with non-SLAs is going to run you out of spell points real fast. But as a bard, you're like, you hit level 3-ish, so you have enough points to grab your shout SLA, and yeah, and everything just falls over. It's very nice. Yes, yes, yes. I'm gonna kind of disagree on the Sharn, depending on which spells you're using. Because on a first lifer, you will probably run into DC issues with evasion mobs in Sharn. Which is why you'll start suffering a little there. Because Sharn is just full of evasion mobs who are gonna like be taking half damage from all your stuff. Particularly if you're like a Fire Sork or something. Now, if you've got stuff that hits other saves, then, you know, you're golden. But that is something that I've definitely run into in the past, with Sharn specifically. Blightcaster is an effect... that's not an argument against what I just said. Blightcaster doesn't go against reflex DCs in the first place. So, that has nothing to do with what I said. It's like, if your stuff can be saved by evasion, like a Fire Sork or many others, then you have problems. But Blightcaster, one of the reasons it's OP is it doesn't have that problem. It's just like, hi, I cast Thorns and I run through it, and if you follow me, you're gonna die in like 2 ticks. It's like, hooray! Follow. Sit. No, sorry. You interact with it.
The symbol for the plane of Da'Anvi glows brightly as the portal to the plane of Da'Anvi opens.
I'm going to say that I disagree with you there. The reflex saves on mobs in Sharn will get you on a first lifer. And I do mean a first lifer with the gear you got while leveling. If it's like a first lifer on an established server and you threw a whole set of gear, sure. But especially because first lifers get XP so fast, you're not going to have good gear. You're not even going to have decent gear, really. Let's see. Stop the robbery. Follow the order and do my duty. Turn yourself in. Yes, there we go. Now, don't get me wrong. You're still going to be able to clear the quests. But you will see, I believe, a decrease in power when you hit Sharn. Like, you got your new spells? Great. You're not going to see the big spike in Sharn that you would other places because of the prevalence of evasion mobs. Now, other quests, you'll see a much bigger spike, because they're not full of evasion mobs. But, yeah. Now we need to go... The pet that was on passive decided that it wanted to run into the electrified wall, so now we get to resurrect it. Kingdom for an AI.
The Chamber of Serenia also lies in ruins. It looks like a perfectly safe place to rest.
There you go. Did I even grab the things? At least I grabbed the things. Follow. Stay. You. Yes.
The chamber marked by the symbol of the Shavarath has the faint odors of iron. You find yourself in the center of a battleground as the plane of Shavarath surges. You emerge the victor in this small piece of the Shavarath battleground. The orbs in the receptors are now lifeless and dark.
I mean, I see where you're coming from. I just don't really agree. Mostly because time spent farming is not guaranteed. And you might just be better off dropping to, say, Elite and doing Sharn when they have lower saves. Like, if your problem is, like, you don't have the gear, I think you're better off dropping difficulty than going off to farm. Let's see. If it's TR grind, you already want the gear. That's true. And if you're not, yeah. So I guess it really depends on if you're trying to work in longer term plans like that as well.
The symbol of Maybar marks this chamber. The dim light within has a dark, for the plane of Maybar opens, and darkness surrounds you.
Did you get him before he did the thing? Okay.
The orbs in the room are free for the taking.
Yeah, like, you'd obviously want to go for... Oh, what's a good example? Like, you might want to go for, if you're... I'll go back to Fire Sork again, because it's easy. Like, something you might want to farm, because the quest is pretty short if you know it, would be the Fire Sickle out of Madness of Crowds, or whatever it is.
As the portal connecting the maternal plane to the monument, moss and shrubbery quickly engulf the room around you.
Like, that's a pretty quick quest. And the Fire Sickle is very, very strong. The only downside is that the end fight might be hard if you're struggling for gear in the first place, but that's a different issue.
Wither and disappears, the twilight forest recedes. The orbs and the receptors cease their sparkling.
Yeah, honestly, I think all you would be looking to farm at that point would be... If it's a DC problem, you really only need, like, one main stat item and one DC's item. How many of these do I have? I got thrown off because I had to Reser before. 6? I think 6 is enough, actually. Like, you'll want your primary spell power and primary spell crit. And you'll want the, and you'll want your primary DC and the associated stat. Which, again, if we go back to, say, grabbing like a Wild Flame, I believe Wild Flame also has evocation DCs on it. So it's a, we'll call it a very efficient item to farm, as it's like it covers your DCs, it covers your fire, and it covers your fire crit. So, that said,
the switch locks into place.
You will still fail a bunch of DCs. Because, again, we're talking about gear that's going to raise your DCs by, like, 5. 5 isn't going to get you from, like, nothing to no fail. But it'll bring you from, like, most of the pack lives to half of the pack lives, which is probably good enough. Okay. Everything is dead. Please die for me. Thank you.
A dark psychic energy stirs within the docent. It would be safer to let Nimbus collect the ancient artifact for himself.
Planning will reward you later. That is also very true. Not just in gear, but in, like, build and leveling. Yeah, I did plan out this build a bit, because it was annoying. And even then, I kind of had to end up wasting a feat. Because, well, wasting. Because I didn't have the... Basically, I had already gotten all of the feats that I could at low level. And I still had a slot, and all the other feats I actually wanted required more base attack bonus than I had at that point. It's on my mission to hit 2 million damage. So we're talking like that. So that is an outside of Reaper raid with full debuffs, and someone throws on time stop, and you use like Hunt's End or Adrenaline or something. Just try to get it all the way up there with all the debuffs, all the buffs, without time stop. So let's see. So you need a couple things to line up. Well, maintainable is... Yeah, like, there's going to be RNG here because you do need to roll a 19 or 20, I think, for the extra crit multi, yes?
A giant glowers down at you from a high
Just trying to think, what is the highest crit multi I've had on 19? It might have been
when you are prepared to swear.
when I was on a longbow character.
Circle crackles with magic. The giant's eyes are dark.
Because I had a bunch of stuff, like the bow had an elasticity on it, I had like a monk level or two, and I had stances for the extra 19 to 20 multi on that,
Hear me.
and a bunch of other stuff.
Storm Reaver has refused your audience and bid the
Had relatively large numbers, although it was not, of course, optimally geared. And even then, I wasn't hitting in the millions. Right, so you're talking, like, maximized gear, presumably also with gear swaps, so where you swap out in order to get the, what is it, the mists set that gives the extra ranged power and all that other stuff. 4 different swaps. That is a lot of swaps. So I know that there's the weapon swap so that you have a filigree set for when you so that when you burst you get the extra ranged power. I'm trying to think what the other ones would even be. Like, obviously there's stuff like that you can swap for temp health and all, but that's not going to help you hit a million damage. The other temporary boost. There's the epic feat that is new-ish that gives you like 40 range power when you tumble for a couple seconds. So there's that, and all various other very short-term boosts like that you have to get them all to line up. Trance swap, action boost, main weapon, and debuff swap. Okay, so you're even carrying your own debuffs in case the rest of the raid didn't bring them.
guards rush through the door to do you in.
See, I feel like
Dead at your feet.
if I have to worry about the rest of the raid not bringing them, then I'm not going to be in a high enough difficulty that they're necessary. And if I'm in a high enough difficulty that they're necessary, I feel like it would be planned out, if that makes sense. So, either there's already a plan to handle debuffs, so it's handled, or it's easy enough that they're unnecessary. So, 4-piece shattered. Ah, yes. Last I heard, that doesn't have very good uptime, unless they change the proc rates.
The fiery wall in the hall. Perhaps others ancient
That requires macros, though, doesn't it? I seem to recall that last time I tried doing any sort of swaps of that nature, basically the lag involved in swapping, I would lose a bunch. Like, it would interrupt my attacks so much that I wasn't sure it was even worth it in the first place. Then again, it's been a while since I looked into it.
The magical giant.
Oh, that's why you don't do it all the time, just because
You are
the swap themselves
deeper into the torn.
have a downside to them.
Where has the cobalt gone? A narrow passage is buried under these rocks. Through the narrow passage is a small hiding place, and in it
Alright, off
is
we
the
go.
kobold you saw before.
Requires a really clean instance. That makes sense.
You find a crevice concealed by rubble here. Pushing free of the narrow crawl space, you tumble down into some kind of...
Do. Can I turn this without you hitting me?
As the lever clicks into place, one of the two faces near the far corner lights up.
This is one advantage of giant hold quests like this. Dungeon Alert is based off of the number of things attacking you. So, Giant Hold, where there aren't very many giants, it's just each individual giant is very large.
Just large enough to
It's,
crawl through.
it takes a bit before you actually pull Dungeon Alert, because there just aren't that many of them.
You find a crevice concealed by rubble here.
And off we
Just
go.
large
Okay.
enough to crawl through.
Hi. Whack. Something like 10 seconds. You got about a 2-second window. Well, that's fine, because if you're drawing for max single strike, a 2-second window is all you need to hit that Hunt's End button.
Ancient gears ground deep underfoot.
That's Plague Reaper. Alright, we'll actually stop to kill it. I don't like leaving Plague Reapers alive. I will handle all of you in the middle of the last fight, because there's no reason for me not to.
The Portal Master stands with maddened eyes, casting an elaborate spell.
If I'm not asked,
Did not
why without time stop? Is it just, like, you're using literally everything else, why not use time stop too? Is it, like, you want to be able to do it just with what you've brought, not necessarily with what other people brought?
staggers and falls. In the cloud of madness
Well, I mean,
leaves his
well then just hit 3 million with time stop,
arm
clearly.
He whimpers. The dragons. There are 3 of them.
And then if they say that, then there's a pretty easy counter argument. I was like, well, if you think it's so easy to hit with time stop, you hit it. Because it still requires a ridiculous amount of stacking and planning. And in this case, timing of all the swaps to get all your debuffs lined up. Alright, we're at rank 83. Do we want to bother with the Madness Chain before we just head to Sharn? Probably not. I think it's just a head to Sharn sort of time. So we'll take 17. Ironically, Bear. What does Bear specifically have? Like, do they just have something with that much extra crit multiplier that I'm not aware of? Or do they just get to stack that much melee power? Oh, massive base damage, right. So if they go... Right, because if they go Shifter, they get the character level Magic Fang for a bunch of extra deadly, if I recall correctly. Although I don't know if that's specifically part of that particular build. I know it's a thing that you could do at one point. Balance, concentration. We don't need any more jump. We'll get more tumble. Oh, it's Hork. Ah, that makes sense. Time to prepare spells. Okay, one of those. The old barbarian builds. Still strong. Alright, we've got 2 points. So we can either start building towards our trance or start getting something else. I forget what else I was grabbing in this build. Yeah, I guess we'll just get trance this level. Like, we can either get more damage on our trip, which, let's be real, I have lots of AoE damage, like, from the Sacred Fist stuff. I've got cleaves for days. I don't really need more damage on this right now. Yeah, I guess we'll just grab the, we want the Charisma one? That's Wisdom, that's Charisma. I'm not gonna bother slotting in on a bar because I am not gonna remember to put this up every 30 seconds. But we did hit 17, which means we get to spend Reaper points. What are we doing? Dex, okay. It is funny that I hit magic resist cap on Sacred Fist by like level 10 or something. Well, I was well over cap at 15. It's an iconic, so we started at 15, but that is a very large bear to be hitting 14k non-crits. Is there any gear we wanted to swap in at 17? I don't think so. We have plenty of space. There aren't any groups in our level range available, so off we go to Sharn.
The Silver Flame are looking into
Oh, right, unprepared spell slots. Thank you for the warning. We can get a level 4 Paladin spell. Now, we don't need Holy Sword, I don't think? Or do we? What do we get? Alright. Interesting that this is untyped. Okay, so Holy Sword is my crit range stuff. Very good. And... do I care about any of this? Like, Divine Favor is basically prayer, so I don't have prayer yet. It doesn't last long, though. Okay, so now that I've hit 17... Lesser Resto is nice, except that I have Greater Resto on remove disease charges. And I already have Cure Moderate, I think. Yeah, I grabbed Cure Moderate. Like, Lesser Resto is nice, and if I were running out of Greater Resto charges, I would probably get it, but because I have Greater Resto on Cure Disease, I'm not too concerned about it. Well, I finally have crit profile. There we go. Back to the nice 15 to 20 X4 that Elemental Bloom deserves.
Encased in a magical bubble of air.
Because it is ridiculous.
No doubt she's one of the crew sent to salvage the ship's cargo.
I do love my Elemental Bloom. It's one of the things that makes Staff Monk leveling just so ridiculous. It's so much better than like everything else for almost forever.
Containers salvaged from the sunken ships surrounding the
There we go.
The Sahuagin must have taken Vaunt's cargo inside the cave. You step out of the water and into cool cave air.
Wow.
It seems that the Sahuagin have created some sort of magical barrier to keep the ocean at bay.
Okay, now where were we?
Standing atop a rock high
Hi,
above
come
sounds
fight
the
me.
alarm. Fools.
I don't know
You've
why
made
defeat the
enemies of Dakamor.
defeat the ambush is optional.
Forces rushing
I guess it's like if the rest of your party didn't come in here, that's why it's optional. But like once you're in here, I don't think you can get out without killing them. Unless I guess you could dimension door it, but keep forgetting my super big buff spell. It's a shame that it doesn't last very long, but you know, we make do with only obliterating things a little bit.
The Sahuagin ambush was fierce, but you've survived it handily.
Toss some cure moderates and get on our way.
A Sahuagin stands before a vast.
Yeah, I can see extend being good, especially since what I ended up taking in that slot that I was like annoyed that it was kind of wasted was discipline, so I could get like some extra defenses when I'm in epics. But now that I've looked back at it, a meta magic was probably a better way to go. What? Why do I have red dungeon alert? I didn't skip that much. Okay, well now we're down to orange, so you might actually take damage. I think the ones I skipped right after I came in, like, ran around the edge and, like, aggroed other stuff on the way. Which is a little annoying, but, you know.
Recovered Vaunt's mysterious shipment at long last. It must be very valuable.
It is funny to, like, throw the fire wave and then leap strike in to have the fire wave be, like, approaching me. Where did all of this stuff come from? Why is it still coming? Oh well, it's dead now. But yeah, I can see extend or quicken being useful. Like, if I, especially like extend on the Sacred Flame empowerment. But now that I'm 17, I don't want to bother with a feat swap on with Fred, so I will make do with not having it. It's suboptimal, but I'm not going to be at cap for too long, probably. Strong welcome it is.
Isabet Tremont waits for you here,
Hi.
atop one of Sharn's lofty towers. She can help you contact Lucien Vaughn. Isabet tells you to take the elevator up to the terrace, then speak to Lucien Vaughn.
Alright, let's see
Coroner wants you to pass
how well we
on
can
some
get through
information
this.
about the Stormwitch people. You enter the boarding house.
I don't
an
need to
island
kill you to
in the
advance.
hustle and bustle of the city. A genial halfling
We'll
nods
kill stuff
to
once we
you
start
and
pulling Dungeon Alert.
you.
Because while I really dislike pulling like hard red or purple Dungeon Alert,
Reduces the elevator to a
I've got
small
nothing
room.
against grouping guys up to kill them all together.
Up to the terrace. The windows shatter and agile forms swarm
Hi.
in from sky coaches outside. The boarding house is empty. This looks more like an office than a boarding house. You could rank it as entire
That should be enough that I can open the door at least.
place of business.
It is a little annoying to have yellow Dungeon Alert and stuff not actually chasing me. That is the downside. That is the risk I took here, which is sometimes you pull Dungeon Alert to group stuff all together, and the stuff you're trying to group together decides that it doesn't want to group up, which is just unfortunate, really.
Rubble blocks the elevator shaft. You won't be getting up to the terrace this way.
I do really appreciate the fast cooldown on the fire wave. There we go. Do I have it? No, I don't have my move speed buff. Alright. So we were probably going to have to kill the ads here first, because it's going to pop us up to orange or maybe red, which makes it annoying to kill the boss.
The way up to the terrace is just ahead, but one final group of attackers. You hear a piercing call from the direction of the terrace. Beast descends the rail, wondering like anything you've seen.
Alright, good. No real issues here.
The assault on the tower seems to have ended. Now to head to the
And
terrace
down.
and learn what became of Lucien Vaunt.
Do, 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 do.
The figure on the sky coach ahead matches the description of Lucien
I
Vaunt.
definitely, the first time I was here, got dropped into the cogs, which is what happens if you stand out there after you talk to him. He's like, by the way, bye-bye,
Good money to get it.
and the platform collapses and you get dropped into the cogs.
Challenge me in my city.
So if you didn't know, and you haven't been there before,
Companion
now
makes
you
a
know
gesture
that
and
unless you
the
want to go to the
collapses
cogs,
beneath you.
run away after you talk to him. Red Rain. A quest where move speed is more
You step into
important than
Zelith
usual.
Crowspire's tidy office. The Inquisitive calls out to you. Zelith pulls a switch and nods toward the back of the building. You hear the scrape of stone on stone as the
And
concealed
another
back
one that it's
door
very
slides
handy to
open.
have a group that can split. Now, we don't have a group at all, so there will
You
be
walk out
no
into the
splitting to be
streets of
done.
Cogsgate.
But
Towers loom high above, so tall they block out the night sky. Anyone who knows what's
We'll do what
going
we
on
can.
Stay indoors tonight. A rain of blood has fallen here.
Do,
And it's up to
do,
you
do,
to
do,
mop
do,
up
do,
the
do.
mess.
And we'll kill him on our way
Push
out,
open the door to
as
the
is
apartment.
tradition.
The surprisingly well-decorated rooms show signs of a struggle. Your stomach clenches in anticipation as you near the crime scene. Fallon must have spent his recent evenings digging himself out of debt. Imagine meeting your end right after getting yourself cleared. At least he died in his own. After examining the corpse, you can see that he's killed by
Here we go, here we go.
Fallon is just one big
I don't know which of these are the ones I need to disperse or not, so we're just going to wait for the quest to update. Yep,
Despite
we dispersed the ones we
attempts
needed
make
to.
this look like
Time
a
to go.
break-in, all of Thelon's valuables are still in their proper places. As you
And we
mull
don't get
this over,
full
you hear voices
uptime
from the
just
direction
from,
of the front door.
or full uptime on our move speed buff just from Spring Attack.
In your way.
So if we're moving the whole time, oh wait, no, this one is to the left. I almost made that mistake again.
The doors to the gambling hall are wide open and its
Go.
chairs are empty. Though the
Look at
nearby
all the
tables are
clues.
still covered with food and drink. Looks like the customers left out first. You find a crossbow that's still live.
Alright, we still haven't defeated the gang members. There we go. Now we have the part that says talk to Zella.
A chest full of coins was left here locked and untouched. This was no robbery. You can tell that
Here we
there's
go.
more to this than meets the eye. Searching the gambling hall raised more questions about the murders than answers. As you turn to leave, you hear figures clamoring outside the building. You strike down the last of this group of fast thugs. You check to make sure
Go.
there are no
I do
more
like
alive.
being able to like throw the fire behind me to just clear stuff out as it's chasing.
You've learned all you can about these first two crimes.
Like obviously it's not as good as full on killing them, but you know, it's progress.
Unlocks the gate, revealing a small lane that burrows deeper into the heart of Cogsgate. The door to the pawn shop is unlocked, just as with the other crime scenes. Inside, the
Excuse you.
shopkeeper's body lies forgotten alongside all the other a different body, but the same song. A crossbow bolt dipped in poison.
Did I get that? Okay, good.
This time a new detail
We're good to go.
catches your eye. A shattered pin bearing Vaunt Arcanotechnic symbol. A closer look at the peg reveals a hidden compartment filled with smuggled fruit. Some small packages line it. No doubt they were hidden there so they could be fenced
Go.
on the black market later.
Didn't want to keep getting hit with that
Murderer
Reaper
could
slow,
have
so
emptied the pawn shop.
prioritized actually killing that.
Only Mord's life was taken. Armed with your findings,
And I messed up my turnaround throw, but that's
all
fine.
these gruesome crimes. The last of the heavily armed halfling thugs falls. Another alley stretches before you.
This quest is a little odd in that the dialogue options don't do what most quests do, which is that you can spam the first response to get through them. This quest has decided, no, if you spam the first response, you just go in a circle and never get anywhere. You have to actually go and like click the third response down to advance,
About the murders. Zulka
which is
steps
a little
through
annoying
the
when you're trying to go
his
fast, but
face glowing with the
you know,
smoke
we make
trail
do.
of a man who thinks he's won, though you're too busy dealing with his troll bodyguard to notice. The troll topples, yet another casualty of this bloody night. Now, we meet up with Zelith.
Yep.
Zelith shakes her head. The weight of
didn't
her
kill
brother's
enough, so
betrayal
we're
settling over her
back at
like
high
dirt
dungeon
that
alert.
falls in the streets from above. But you've got a job to finish. Another crime scene waits for you in an alley to the south. More slashes on the palm. This time, you see the pattern. The other one must succumb. Slashes will repeat.
so yeah, we do have to clear the gang members again.
Wasn't shy about letting people know. You stoop down to search the
There we go.
contents of Naram's pack.
Oh, and we're back down to
Looks like he was
green.
fleeing for
Very
his life
handy.
when the murderer got to him. You find a security ledger embossed with Vaunt Arcanotechnic symbol. A quick glance reveals that every victim had worked for Vaunt. It's too big of a coincidence. Situations in the margin are about cleaning up loose
Throw that
ends.
out while we're on our way.
That ledger told you what you needed to know. The victims all worked for
And
Vaughn
we
were
found the
killed because
hideout.
They knew too much about his operations down in the cogs. You strike down the last of the attackers.
All right.
You can't let these petty thugs hold you back. Not when you're so close to the truth. You catch up with Zelda to fill her in on the clues you found so far. She points you towards an alleyway northwest of where the buildings are seen. A familiar voice echoes from behind the store.
Okay. Making progress.
It's only a matter of time before she and those adventurers come barging in here.
Zulkus quickly casts a dimension door.
And there we
Tiefling
go.
and the goblin disappear through it.
Great success. Just brute forcing the whole way. Very little finesse in this build. Just run in, hit things with stick. Which is fine. We like hitting things with stick.
This adventure, like so many others,
We are going to have to gear swap in this one a little bit, probably. But we'll see exactly how it goes. And that's mostly because we don't have passive freedom of movement on our gear.
Victor leans over and whispers,
I don't want to lose my job. If you'll just follow me,
Alright, we got one more point.
when it's time for us to part
Once we get one more point, then we'll actually start using our trance. And by using our trance, we'll get another 8 damage. So, you know,
Victor coughs and nods at a flimsy-looking grate. Then he
not
hurries
game
away,
breaking, but
disappearing into the
not
night.
certainly very nice to have.
That must be your way inside. Time for you to investigate the warehouse.
Okay, not there, not there, not here. I guess we'll check upstairs. Go. Alright,
Someone is burning the midnight oil behind this door.
alright, so it's
The
not
sturdy
here,
door
it's
is
not
fitted with an
that
even
one.
sturdier lock. We'll have to find another way
there it is.
According to this ledger, all of the blueprints have been moved to the
Stop hitting me with random, like, acid bolts.
You need to get in there.
Go.
You hear a
And up we
scream
go.
of pain from up above.
Gotta love the classic. If you catch the lip, it ends your reverse gravity early.
Voice half
Very convenient. Let's see.
more measured voice response.
Red. Got it.
What of it? The excited
And
globe
X.
bounces around.
Now we just hit this until it tells us that it's good.
The air of confidence surrounds the handsome being, who appears to be their leader.
There we go.
Let's pick up the pace, shall we? We still have to destroy the lab downstairs. Portal, please. Portal, now! Snaps the being in a commanding tone. You hear a familiar voice somewhere nearby. It's Victor.
This quest gets really nasty in Legendaries and High Reapers. It's just like, would you like to eat a ton of force damage? Yes. Well, do I have the quest for you? Obviously, if you go in with Spell Absorb, you'll last a little longer, but the problem is there's a lot of guys casting a lot of spells, so you may run out of Spell Absorb. What is this? Oh, Hero Soul. It's like, why is he dodging everything? It's like, why didn't I build a ton of dodge bypass in Heroic? That's unfortunate. I guess that's on me for not being fully prepared.
Clearly didn't think Victor tries to do just that. It
There we
seems
go.
Victor forgot about the dimensional anchor he put in place.
Excellent.
He's going
Of course. As I said, it is difficult on High Reaper and Legendary, but we are in Heroic, and we are only on Reaper 2, so not really a problem for us. And fortunately, golems are vulnerable to one of the few forms of crowd control we have, which is Trip. Go. Excuse me, open the door, please. Thank you. The red named is, of course, not vulnerable to Trip, because, well, it's red named. They're not vulnerable to much of anything these days. Well, some things. But crowd control, not really a thing that they're vulnerable to. How many more do I need? One more. Cool. Cool, cool. But, you know, as long as I land my trips on these guys, no problem. We can get tons of these. Okay. We're gonna keep hitting you for tiny amounts of damage that aren't enough to hurt you, but are just enough to annoy you. Like an itchy nose, apparently. Have the rampaging golems been stopped? Yes. Okay, now we can just confront Victor, what's his name?
Fire? Nobody goes in or out until we find them. Don't just stare there, gawking.
So technically, I don't think we need to kill any of this stuff. The rubber band and then shoot forward when you use a movement speed while slowed down by something like that is a little interesting. Oh, we've got a Reaper here. What kind? Wait. Good thing we're not trying to heal much. Oh, I should probably put my shield back up so I don't get hit by all these magic missiles. But it's fine. we've got a couple lay on hands left, which is more than enough to finish out the quest.
As this chant continues, forge wraiths coalesce in the air around Victor. Panic screams and pounding.
Yeah, you're immune to the fire part, but not the light part or the force part. And take care of this one last dude, well, so he doesn't interrupt us.
Perhaps we can make a deal.
Alright,
Victor presses
no
the
big
button
deal.
on his pawned prototype. The magical
But this
barrier
does give us enough points to get full ranks into our trance. So we'll have trance going forward as well. So that'll be good. And I know that some people on builds where your points are like really tight, they'll only go like 1 or 2 points into a trance. I can't do it. I'm not high APM enough for it. If it's not a 2-minute trance, it's not worth having in my build just because I, as a player, will not be able to use it appropriately.
You've arrived at Club Quaffle, a popular night spot owned by the Boromar. Counselor Sevilla Patella pulled some strings to get you on the guest list. Perhaps now you can drive a wedge between the Boromar and Vaughn. But it looks like there may be
You do have to kill all of these guys to advance,
They want to prevent you from enjoying it.
which is not that big a deal. But, you know,
Those Dusk thugs were loitering.
it is just one of those things you have to keep in
This
mind
is Boromar clan.
so you don't go so fast that you slow yourself down.
And you're
It's like, yeah, I'm gonna run ahead and nope, missed one. Gotta backtrack, gotta do a bunch of stuff.
They must
2,
not be
1.
on the guest list. The bouncer opens the front
We'll
door.
wait an extra second or so our feline agility kicks in.
The Dusk thugs lurking outside have set the
Does Shield of Faith even do anything at this level? I need to double check.
Check on Club Quafflet's employees before he'll let you talk to the manager.
What exactly does it do anyway? Deflection bonus? I don't know if I get deflection bonus elsewhere. I would need to double check what I have on my gear, because deflection bonus is usually something on stuff like shields, and I don't have any shields. But even then, it's a very small bonus.
The employees report
So-
nothing terribly unusual.
It still is worth asking if it's worth casting, even if it is doing things. So do I have deflection bonus? Looks like no. So yeah, it is worth 2 armor class, which means it is probably not worth
Is
class,
relieved to
not
hear
worth
that the club
casting.
is safe and secure. Gives you Regina turns to you and cries, "The alarm! Someone's breaching our magical ward!"
So fun fact, if you're, something without a ton of AoE, or you're just trying to speed run through some stuff and then AoE more later, in order to advance the quest, you only need to take out the spell singers.
More dimension doors have opened
Like, you
nearby.
don't need to touch any of the other guys in these groups. So if you have like an insta-kill caster and you can just like Finger of Death them and move on, that'll work. Let's see, where's the others? Alright, we got one in the kitchen. Get back here.
There's a sign on the door. Rat infestation. Exterminators have already been contacted. Do not open.
Alright.
A piercing but pitch-perfect scream rings throughout the
Do,
nightclub.
do, do, do,
It's
do.
encore. The main stage must be under attack.
Yes. Look, it makes perfect sense to trip the bird if you consider that what you really did is you disrupted their sense of balance. And you disrupt their sense of balance so they fall out of the air.
Forever. More attacks are on the way. But for now, you have a moment to rest.
Alright. Where are they gonna spawn?
magical alarm triggers once again.
Alright.
Dusk's attack on the
That way,
nightclub
and in the kitchen again.
is resumed.
And down in the kitchen. That's where you saw the other one, right? Yes, excellent.
More dimension doors have opened nearby.
No, not that one. I probably went in the wrong direction because now I'm going to have to backtrack. Huh, I don't even know how this one aggroed on me, but I'll take it. It means it ran to me instead of me having to run to it.
Once again, shadows issue from the direction of the stage.
There we go.
You hear panic shouts, screams,
We
and
do our short-term buffs.
snakes.
There we go. Go. It's funny that we can just be like, yeah, my job here is done. What about all these other guys who are still attacking? I said, my job here is done. Didn't you hear me?
Promise to do everything she can to cut ties between the Boromar clan and vaunt our
There we
count.
go. Nice and easy. Now we get to wait through them talking for a long time. But yeah, I really like Stick Monk. Or, I think I've mentioned this before on a previous live with them, but it might just be that I like Tabaxi Trailblazer. Like, the extra move speed and stuff from both the constant sprint boost and spring attack is just really nice. It feels great to play with. It's got solid AoE, it's got decent defenses. Just, it's an all-around, very comfortable, very, like, fluid feeling melee build.
Arrive in Dava Gate, one of Sharn's many business districts. The streets are
Free Silver
almost
Tour, there we
deserted
go.
at this hour. A lone figure stands idly on the platform.
And again, some of that could be not so much Stick Monk as it is Tabaxi Trailblazer, with all of the extra stuff that brings, like the free spring attack and all the move speed. It also brings the wooden weapons immune to damage, which is super important. And let's see.
Platinum Concord?
Yeah,
Which was
and that's all just great stuff.
Subtlety.
We'll meditate while we wait. And also the other thing is that for Stick Monks, I have Elemental Bloom, which is just a ridiculous weapon because it's required level 7. It has expanded crit range. It has expanded crit threat. It's really nice. And especially at low levels, the body feeder thing on it that you pop for 15 temporary hit points, it says they last for up to 1 minute. But it's not like it has a 1 minute cooldown. You get a lot of procs of it.
Now, Isabet, I know you invited our mutual friends from Stormreach.
And hey, I have mine cursed to have spell crit damage on it, which I don't think gives me anything at all on this build. And actually, I don't know. So this is a spell. It's in my spell book.
I'd prefer that you do your house cleaning when I am not present, Mr. Vaunt.
Even though it scales with melee power, does it obey like spell crit damage?
I wanted you to see my improvements firsthand.
I actually have no idea.
Not quite.
Because
Calibration is
like it's definitely a spell. It's in my spell book. It's just that it costs key and it scales with melee power.
We'll adjourn to the yacht.
But does it also take into account like
Begin.
crit chance and crit multiplier?
Strange whooping bark, and the darkness around you erupts with a choir of menacing responses.
Alright, I'm gonna hide behind this pillar so that they all come down and get into melee range of me.
The old man produces a bow from alien shapes descending.
Hi. I have a sword sled now. This whole quest is like the movement on sword sleds is just such a troll mechanic.
You've dispatched dispatched Vaughn's first group of assassins, but they're surely not the last.
Come on, Casper, talk to me, buddy.
In for half measures.
The quest says to talk to you.
Is out his words.
But you won't let me talk to you.
Me of my days in the last war.
Yeah, I'm just going to take this off my bars. It doesn't last long enough to be worth casting.
Old for this, for sure.
Not for 2 armor class. Maybe if it did something more impactful, I would care.
I bet my life on it.
You've agreed to help rescue Isabet. To do that, you'll need to clear the way so Casper can follow safely. He says to head to the southeast. Grabbing a source sled first will help you.
Don't forget,
Shouts Casper.
those source sleds can't go too high or too low without losing their enchantment. Keep above the fog and don't try to push over the higher
And yes, you
walls.
can grab source sleds out of the air like that. It's very convenient.
Bursts from the shadows. Cries Casper from behind you.
But you don't need to refresh them as much if you just kill a guy and then grab his out of the air while you're moving to the next group.
The low bellow of an ogre accompanies the
Of course, if you're in a group, maybe don't try to monopolize all the source sleds, like, so you get an extra 30 seconds on your duration when someone might be running pretty short on the duration on theirs.
Abuse it is Noel Escort.
Those nobodies mean told you the direct approach wasn't gonna work.
I was double checking up here because you don't actually have to kill all those gnolls in order to move forward, unlike some of the other stuff that you actually have to kill to move forward. But what you will do is you'll get to the end of the quest, and the quest won't complete, and you'll still have the clear Hapland Bridge objective there.
Pass safely.
So
In the distance, you hear the Noel snarl.
just make sure that you do that, because I've run into like 1 or 2 guys end up basically like hiding. They were like hadn't aggroed me and were like just under the bridge. And I got to the end and it's just like, alright, what's going on here? Why is the quest not ending? Why do I still have this quest objective not complete? Now, of course, this isn't a problem for these guys, because you literally can't go forward. There's an invisible wall stopping you from going forward
Shouts Casper.
until you take care of them. So,
Up the skyway. I'll watch your back.
there we go. Airborne Fire Wave. Highly effective against bats.
Boots on their bodies
Maybe.
as they flit about, locking their paws.
See, but this is where, when I'm surrounded by guys like this is where I miss having Cauldron of Flame. Cauldron of Flame also felt like really nice to use. But, you know, that is a monk ability, and we are not monk. Alright, now we have to go around and chase down all these bats that just didn't choose to aggro us, and we can't move forward until we find, like, every single bat. Oh, yep, there's one more. Okay. Finally took care of that. Now, if you didn't refresh your source sled, it should be expiring right about now, which is convenient that there are a bunch of dudes here that you can get a refresh from.
Arches of a nearby market. More of Vaughn's
And this is another case where you could just fly by and ignore a bunch of stuff, but you actually have to kill everything here in order to advance. So, it is time to take the game-enforced murder hobo rules and make sure that you murder hobo every single thing. Well, not Reapers. Technically, they don't count for quests, so you don't need to murder them, but you probably want to.
Equipped with a mage fire cannon waits for you near Old Tully Tower. Goblins swarm in the tower itself.
Cannon. Down.
Casper calls from behind.
There we go.
Cannon. Must have been holding that reserve. Those things are expensive. Here we go.
This whole thing about, like, man, they, like, his idea of expensive just does not comprehend what actual rich people in Shard mean by expensive. It's just like, that would cost like 10 years' wages of a normal person, and meanwhile, Vaunt is like, yeah, I shit these out. It's nothing to me.
Prowls the storage rooms. Once you get rid of it, it may prove to be a good place to catch your prey.
It's just like, clearly they wouldn't invest that much money. That's a lot of money. It's like, it's not that much money to these people. Not when he sees this as an investment opportunity that will make him even more money. Vaught's just like, behold, the power of unchecked capitalism.
Supporting patrol of Knowles moves to block your path.
I expect that eventually, after all this, assuming he ever gets his soul to escape from all of the vengeful forge wraiths, you know, spoilers, that he'll eventually have to retreat to the only place that is untainted by capitalism. Actually, wait, no, I have that backwards. He would want capitalism. If Vaught ever takes over, we will have to escape to the only place that is untainted by capitalism. Which is, of course, space. Or, as it was so eloquently put by one Tim Curry, space! Because Red Alert had the best acting possible in any game ever.
Casper gasps in surprise as he reaches
All right,
the
off we
wreckage
go.
of the Magefire cannons.
3 of them. Now I feel like an idiot.
That's because you are an idiot, Casper. You are.
This city watch station is locked up tight and stands as silent as the grave. Is it unmanned? Or have the guards inside been given a reason to sit this one out?
Looks like they're using Skywards.
Hi.
Casper tells you.
Your source leads might suddenly stop working out here. Be careful.
The mercenary Gish stands here, his jaws frothing.
The goblin says you're strong. Just
Stop bouncing all over the place, Gish. Thank you.
Sings out loud. He's hidden somewhere in the shadows of the nearby construction site.
You should have stuck with
Yep.
my plan, Fleabag.
And we can grab the chest while we wait for that thing to come down for us.
these outlanders.
Gish charges to the attack.
The main question here is,
Collapses from his
can we grab
You
Gish
can finish him off.
before he bounces and teleports all over the place?
Above.
Because he can be pretty annoying with
Completes
that.
his spell on a ledge above you. Gish vanishes, reappearing at the sorcerer's side. Another quick gesture, both the tiefling and the gnoll
Get back here.
vanish from your sight. High above the construction yard, a soar sled slowly drifts up. Isabet's body lies upon the sled, completely still. The goblin the goblin's voice calls to you across the gap.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
How I expected.
Now, obviously, I could wait here for him to come to me, but I'm gonna run around chasing him just because.
No partner to split it with, and some nice payback.
Ooh, found him early.
Ready for this? Come on over.
Oh, and he teleports again.
Hey! Ow! Cut that out! Get him, lads!
Screams of husks and smoke. The shrill voices of more goblins pierce the night air.
Alright. Where is it coming from? I'm gonna try to see the. Oh, there it is. I was specifically looking to see the projectile that he shoots, because I have deflect missiles, or deflect arrows, so it wasn't gonna hurt me. So I was just like, I'm gonna use the missile you shoot at me to detect where you are. Now we're just running around killing goblins because we didn't hit him hard enough. Oh, there he is.
This might hurt.
Oh. Get back here.
Goblin crumples
Ugh.
in a heap. Now that you have
So
time to
annoying.
catch your breath, you notice the assassin soar sled descending slowly.
Alright, so we're eligible to take 18. We're not gonna take it yet, because we still have cogs to do. Now we just have to wait for our loot to spawn in.
She's gone! Gone!
Says the goblin,
Boss man ate up her soul.
There we
with his
go.
New improved vaunt.
The question is, do I want to do Smash and Burn? Smash and Burn is super annoying on Melee.
Them's the breaks.
The goblin stands.
I guess we'll start with it, get it out of the way.
Strangely familiar blade piercing his torso.
Remember this? Jack Jibber's blade?
Yes, I remember Jack Jibber's blade. I have one of them.
Like this.
Ooh. Tome. Not that it's useful in this character. I bought a +8 Supreme Tome years ago when they were on like a 75% off sale. So, that'll just have to be Tome for an alt or something. Okay. We'll hit Smash and Burn first, and then we'll do our normal cycle. And then I'm thinking if there's any other 15s that I would want to take, that I would want to do before taking level 18. I don't think there really are. Like, there's not a lot that is really good in the 15 range. There's Litany, I guess. Litany is good.
In the distance, you hear the grinding of massive gears and heavy machinery. A man in a scarlet cloak beckons you. This door's hinges are coated in rust.
Alright, so we're gonna run around
Open could create enough noise.
to go and fight the casters.
Maybe there is a way to get inside.
Let's see, that's a scout. You're not a caster, but you're ranged. Oh, shaman. And I missed the grab. Unfortunate. I don't know why it doesn't let me grab ledges. Like, are the ledges in here just not grabbable? Is that like a thing? Alright, so we have the scout. Okay, no key here.
Surely danger and a generous bounty await you inside.
Scout and shaman. Definitely want the shaman to die. Alright, where are the keys? That's a stalker, we don't care about that. He'll come to me eventually. Which is, I guess, something stalkers all eventually do. They eventually get you. Okay, so no keys here that I saw. Scout, smuggler, scout, shaman. There we go. Scout, smuggler. Oh, I see a shiny down there. That's probably the key I need. But we'll kill a couple more guys here, just to keep our dungeon alert down a little bit. Oh look, an iron key.
The iron key you found. There's sure to be a use for it.
You know what, we're just gonna switch our boots now.
Heavy silver. The key may be hidden somewhere among the ship.
Because there's gonna be a lot of stuff in here that I want funeral movement against. So we're just gonna do that now.
You jangle the iron padlock, but the door remains tightly sealed. There's no way around it this time. You'll need a key. As you enter the room,
Alright. And we're gonna take down these guys up here, because I don't want to fight the red named while I have high dungeon alert. Also, the red named, the guy spawn based on his health percentage, so I definitely didn't want to target him while I still had a bunch of other guys alive.
operation falls to his knees.
There we go. Did I break the special cargo? I did not. It is now broken, though, which is all we needed. Will I throw a fire wave at something that is fire immune? Yes. Because it is equal parts fire, force, and light. And while they are immune to fire, they're not immune to force or light. They're also not immune to being hit with a stick. Very few things are, really. If there was more stuff that was immune to being hit with a stick, then most melee lives would suffer greatly for it. Button 1. I guess we'll go in a weird order. We'll go up here first. And this is a weird order because this is where the end chest is. So really, we should come here later after we push the buttons. Because you need to push the buttons to get the end chest. Come on. Go. Wait, did I not get him? Got like 30 health left. Oh, there's another one down there. In any case, we'll take this route. It's a little easier than jumping up on this side, but you know. I still need to find the rest of the special cargo. There are 2 more in this room somewhere. Boop. Another button. Let's see, is it down there on the right-hand side? Or I could just fall down while I'm trying to look for it. That's not ideal, but, you know, it'll work. Because this stuff has a bunch of different spawn points that it can be in here. Oh. Oh, there it is. It is in that little nook. Bop. Up we go. I really should put on Featherfall for this. It would make this whole section a little easier. But, you know. Oh, look. The last of the special cargo. So this is quest complete. But we're going to loot Gremlin a little bit, even though I don't think I need any loot from here. Which means a little bit more platforming. Hit the 3rd button here. And then we can get back over here and get our box of loot. Because if there's anything that shows that you're a loot gremlin, it's grabbing loot that you know almost for certain that you do not need. Do I need anything in this? No. I can sell it for gold, or, well, platinum. But, do I need platinum? Also no. So, we're just trying to be very puristic about being loot goblins. It's not about the utility of the loot. It's not about craving loot for some greater purpose. It is wanting the loot for the sake of getting the loot. And with how much I'm talking about loot, you would think I was playing a bard, but no. No, we have a stick. We have a stick this time. Not a loot. But we still loot goblin. There we go. And who knows? Sometimes you'll randomly get actual good loot. Like I randomly got a strength upgrade tome. That, you know, ridiculously tiny drop chance, but hey. It's a chance. What are we at? Rank 86? Yeah. Because while the Cogs quests are very fast, and they're decent XP per minute, well, they're fast, so XP per minute doesn't mean a whole lot when there aren't a lot of minutes. Alright.
Stirring up trouble in these ancient hobgoblin ruins. Perhaps if you gave them a gentle thrashing, it might teach them. Dusk goblins are hard work during the ruins. When they notice you,
Get back here. That last one? Yes, it was the last one. Excellent. Why must you spawn a Plague Reaper on top of me? Oh well, at least it spawned a Plague Reaper on top of me where my fire was already going. Excellent. Now, this is normally where I would try to gather stuff up for AoE, except so many of these guys, they're poison slingers. They're not poison, walk up and hit you with it. Yes. That is the tier 5 in Sacred Fist. It does strike twice, like Whirlwind Attack. In fact, it is so much like Whirlwind Attack that it shares a cooldown with it. Which is actually how I'm able to use both of the cleaves from Sacred Fist and the cleave from Tabaxi Trailblazer. Because one of the Sacred Fist cleaves shares a cooldown with Cleave. One shares a cooldown with Whirlwind Attack, and the Tabaxi Trailblazer Trip Attack shares a cooldown with Great Cleave. So that is why I can use all three, because they're all on separate cooldowns. They all share cooldowns with other Cleave attacks, but not with each other. So it works out very nicely in that way.
The last Dask thug crumbles at your feet. Now you have a chance to find out more about the strange.
At least I think I got those correct. Let's see. Shares cooldown with Cleave.
Triggering an explosion that flattens the remaining.
Shares cooldown with Whirlwind Attack.
Roar of the blast dies.
Shares cooldown with Great Cleave. Yep, I got it right.
Familiar voice coming from the platform above you. Is that Malik the gnome? Malik calls to you from the platform. Thank you for
Cleave, Great Cleave, and Barbarian Cleave from the tree. Just spinning on cooldown. I mean, I don't need to auto attack either, but I do anyway.
Transforms before your eyes.
Go.
The portal opens.
Yep. Great success.
The Rakshasa lets out a shrill gasp.
Honestly, if I were talking like pure speedrunning, you would kill the portal first. Because if you need to run up to get the chest at the end, then there's no point going down and then up and then down.
One demon falls.
But yeah, I have enough active attacks that I could probably clear without auto-attacking, but why would I not auto-attack? I can do both, so I do both.
And the remaining demons are thrown back into the depths of Kyber.
But yes, as I mentioned, they're fast, they're good XP per minute, but they're not good XP because there aren't that many minutes. Because we were rank 86 beforehand, and we are still rank 86 afterwards. There is no afterhand. There's beforehand, but not afterhand, which is a bit of a weird quirk. I wonder if it has to do with where the origin of the whole beforehand phrase came from. There's afterwards. There's not really before words. There is forwards, but not before words. And there is afterwards. And at this point, I think I'm just saying words. Very whelming? Yes, it is in fact very whelming. We can muse about the oddness of English forever because English has enough weirdness to go on forever.
No sunlight reached us. Huge machines loomed in the shadows.
And now for one of the fastest quests in the game.
Ready for bugbears and goblins and warforged. Everyone knew about them. What I didn't expect were the others. You followed the trail of red crystals deep into the ruins. The path opens up into a larger chamber, and the sound of voices.
That is a lot of champions.
Harsh, disturbing chants can be heard through the ceiling into the door.
Oh no, I have 4 stacks of the fear dot on me.
The voices grow louder as you round the corner, accompanied by the sound Worshippers kneel before a makeshift altar. In their prayers, the cultists give their service.
Was this a terrible idea to basically pull the whole dungeon? Yes. Is it? Am I actually going to get punished for it? Almost certainly not. Well, it's not just the past lives, although that does help significantly. It's also the Reaper points, but it's also just the fact that this particular quest is one of the easier quests in COGS.
The cult is destroyed, and the city is now safe
Aw,
from their
didn't get it under a minute. Only 1.5.
This was not the only Forge Wraith. More still
But yeah,
lurk in the
a lot of it has to do with just having
their never-ending
so
thirst
much
for
more.
vengeance.
Honestly, it would have been way easier if when I ran into the group of goblins in the tunnel, I just hit a cleave attack instead of running through. The massive AC? Oh, I mean, the armor class is certainly a point, but at this point, I have, I want to say about 600 health in Reaper points as well. So the Reaper points are giving a huge margin for error against not just physical attacks, but like all the magic stuff too. Also, the fact that in Reaper I do have... I don't actually have my dodge chance maxed out. It'll be 25, not 27. Actually, let's double check. Let's see. 30, 22, 34. So that's 68, 98, 120 times 4. So yeah, 480. So not as high as I thought. Just 480. But 480 is still a lot. So I should be up to... Actually, it should be like 490.
You enter a small fighting arena.
Yeah.
It seems to be close.
It's actually just a hair over 500. Probably from the first point in the Reaper defense tree. Alright, let's see if I can do this right.
Another group of
Right.
lumbering
If you're fast enough, you can fight them before they drop down. Although a note of doing things this way, you do run the risk of missing one, and it can break the whole quest. If you advance to the next section and then kill all the stuff that comes out of the pipes, but you didn't kill one of those to start with, you can break the quest scripting. So, yeah. Something to be cautious of. And I know that I got them because the quest objective there moved. If you don't kill them all, then your quest objective doesn't move. So it's at least easy to tell if you've done it or not. Excuse you, I'm trying to pull a lever here. And you're like being zombies and attacking me. I don't have 28 years to handle this. Maybe that works for zombies, that you can wait 28 hours or 28 days or 28 weeks, but some of us have places to go and mind players to kill. Is that all of them? It was. Excellent.
You feel a chill in the air.
There we go. We're going to pull at least orange, if not red, dungeon alert here.
The chill of the cavern gives way to warm, more humid air as you ascend higher.
No, of course not. Red is perfectly safe, probably, as far as you know.
The room opens out to reveal what appears to be a makeshift tent. littered with the spores that create the red musk zombie.
Just take out some fungi.
Center is an unusual looking minefield. All of the spores responsible for creating these emanations. These creations no longer threaten.
Yes, I do see that emote on my end. Or, it depends on the platform, actually. I see it on Twitch, but not in my OBS doc. I think it's because I have, as far as like browser plugins, I think I have better TTV, but I don't have the whole like 7TB thing. So I won't see any 7TB emotes. I've not really looked into those very much.
We heard shouts from outside.
I mostly got the
Rushed out, desperate to escape.
their Twitch TV to like auto click the collect points thing. Now, if you're not familiar, and I think most people in Twitch are, is like this lava used to be like super jank bugged, like you would like constantly be popping in and out of it and in and out of it and taking like double or triple takes of damage. And they eventually fixed it. And I think one of the funniest things about fixing it is Voodoo put out a video. I forget what the main purpose of the video was. It was something about, it might have been like something about the Magmaless Flow quest or something about pathing in the cogs. But he pointed out that bug. But the thing is, he filmed that video, like, right after the patch that they fixed it. So he goes to talk about that bug, and the bug just doesn't happen. It's just like, and see, this here is bugged, and it's like, and as he goes to show it, it's not bugged. In fact, it works perfectly fine. Which is just excellent comedic timing. Also, the Champion Flame Elemental earlier kind of wrecked me, but that's okay. We have Lay on Hands for lots of healing. But yeah, that was just a great moment to just be like, I'm going to be informative and tell people about this bug that has been fixed since the last time I was here. Oh goody, a light bearer. Have there been any more talks about a hardcore season? Not that I have heard of. I think they put a lot of their development efforts as far as different servers go into the 64-bit servers. So maybe once they manage getting all of those server transfers done, they'll start looking into maybe a hardcore server for a season. But last I heard, there were no plans for another hardcore season this year. Like, it wasn't in the plan. As for which server I am going to, I haven't decided yet. I'm gonna probably go to... I am probably going to go to the same one that my brother goes to, since he is actually more attached to his guild as they do like regular raids and such. And I have no like specific attachments like that, so I'll probably just end up going to the same place he goes.
How have you made it past? Not just my apprentice, but those Boromar thugs and my icy minions as well. Well then, it seems that
I know that Axel and some others were looking to like see how much like the various streamers could consolidate so various content creators would be on the same servers. It might work out that way, it might not. It's entirely possible that I just send 1 or 2 characters wherever they need to go for that, because I have various, like, level... Mostly, like, low epic characters that are leftovers from hardcore seasons that I can send places if I want to do that sort of team-up stuff, like join group raids or things of that nature. But they are, of course, all First Life sorts of characters. But we'll see how all that shakes out. I mean, it's cool that you get to play together sometimes, at least. I mean, he is, quote-unquote, ahead of me. Like, I think he had Racial Completionist before Dampier came out, and I'm a ways away. Actually, I'm not that far away. I think I only have 2 races left. But I'm still missing a bunch of classes and a bunch of iconics and other stuff, so there's a lot more left to do. Let's see. Deathy is going to Thrain and Brackett's going to Moonsea. Well, Brackett going to Moonsea makes sense, because Moonsea is the one that is Euro-based, and I believe Brackett is in the UK? I know he's in that time zone. Or at least I know he's in a Euro time zone. I don't recall exactly which country he's in. Oh, there's a Family Reaper over there. Wales. Okay. Well, whew. Good thing I said UK and not England then. From what I understand, the Welsh do not appreciate being called English. Always best to be safe. Right. Like, come on, where are the others? Oh, there we are. Alright, off we go.
But found no sign of the scavenged arcane assistant. Follow the goblin that ran off. The floor collapses beneath the Dark Thief, and he falls into the depths.
Suffice to say, he is in a place where he will benefit from a server that is somewhere in Europe.
The Dark Thief flees into the main trash disposal. There's a blood-curdling shriek from beyond the door, followed by a deep rumble.
Yeah, I know that I'm going to one of the US servers. Almost definitely.
This massive chamber is filled with refuse from the upper city. In the middle of the dead stands a grotesque, lumbering beast.
Do we not? We do sometimes. It's just that, given the nature of DDO, our level ranges don't always match up. Like, we'll sometimes coordinate, like, reincarnating around the same time, but inevitably one of us will play more than the other and their levels will get out of sync. So, but we do actually play together relatively often when our levels are close. Like, I played with him on stream before. Just I don't think I identified him as such. Like, on the stream when I was on Assassin Rogue and I was farming stuff, like, he was the one on the Inquisitive who came and just blew everything up. And then he also joined when we were farming Myth Draenor, like, a life or two back. When we were trying to get an artifact. We never did get an artifact, of course. No one in the group did. Neither me, nor him, nor several of the other just people who joined. Just because Myth Draenor artifact drop rates are pretty low. Ah, okay, yeah, you've got dedicated, like, play together characters. That makes sense.
The explosion that destroyed Vaught's Forge seems to have left this area mostly untouched. A blood-stained note.
Let's see if we can pull this off. Probably not. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's hard with all the force casters in here. But you don't actually need to kill any of the force casters in this room. At least as far as the quest is concerned. But they're really, really good at interrupting opening doors, unless you have, like, Spell Absorb. Goal is getting his first TR? Just going to 20 in TRing, or are you gonna go through epics? Because epics are a pretty good time. I was caught between saying two different things. Epics are a pretty fun time, and they're nice lives to have. They make running heroics even easier. Oh, just the 20? Cool. His main goal was getting to 20. Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty decent goal. If you don't know the game and you don't have a strong build, and there's all sorts of other things, because, well, there is a very large amount of, we'll say, long-term grinds available. It is a fairly large time investment, even just to level up a life once, as far as, like, games go. Like, there are all sorts of various smaller games that you can play that you can complete in the time it might take you to do a life in DDO. So some people prefer to just vary the things they do, or even just not games. Maybe he has other non-gaming hobbies that he would like to do in the time that it would take him to get some DDO lives. It is nice of them to group up on these things. They're always worth it to spawn. Oh. Stop moving and let me hit you.
In the room.
Both DDO and ESO will be down tomorrow. You know, I tried ESO briefly. I accidentally didn't do the main quest because for some reason, like, the pack that I'd bought, like, came with Morrowind, and it dropped me in Morrowind as the starting area. So I went through, like, the whole Morrowind, like, main quest line without realizing that that was not actually the main quest line for the MMO. And I just kind of, like, fell off of it at that point. It's just like, oh, okay. Cool. Because I basically just played it like a regular Elder Scrolls game. I didn't really group up much. It was okay. I can't say the mechanics of it really grabbed me too much. Although I've been getting a ton of ads for ESO recently. I'm guessing they have a new expansion pack coming out or something, but I've gotten a ton of ads for it recently. Oddly enough, I've also gotten a ton of ads for WoW, like The War Within, but I'm pretty confident that that expansion has been out for a while now, like at least a year, so I don't know why there's a sudden ad blitz for it. Oh, they recently released a new mechanic that changes the game a bit. Like, do they not have this whole, like, did they do away with the whole, like, you have two weapons and you have one weapon bar and then another weapon bar and so on and so forth? Oh, the mechanic came with a new expansion. Ah, I see.
Forge personnel hard at work in this wing. Instead, you see an old woman pacing back and forth while muttering to herself.
Alright, get this. What am I getting? What am I getting about ESO?
You need to track them down. This cavern is bare aside from two circular doors, one of which stands open.
Ooh, you can subclass. The classes were practically married to the weapons from what I understood. I was some sort of paladin with a spear, I think? Lance? I think I went the wrong way. I did go the wrong way. That would be Templar. Aha. Bop, bop, bop. I forget what I had in my offhand. I think it might have been like a staff to cast buffs or something. But this was like years ago, so my memory is probably not too clear on it. Alright, we go left. I can't see anything. See, this is the funny thing about streaming and encoding and whatnot. My screen is actually darker than what you see my screen as on the stream. So if it seems like why didn't he see that obvious thing? It's because it literally is different on my screen. I can't see shit in these. Hi. Alright, something popped me for like over 100 force damage. Oh, it was probably you. One of the two paths is easier than the other. One of them is just like hug the left wall the whole time. And the other requires a little bit more, like paying attention and having to backtrack.
You teleport the hapless student back to the entrance.
And this is the one that requires a little bit more backtracking. Because as you might have seen, we did go to a thing earlier, and then we turned, it opened like two ways for us, and we turned around and went backwards. Hi. But yeah, it is relatively easy to get lost in this quest. Although, thankfully not for long. Like, because when you go down the wrong path, you do run into a dead end pretty quickly. So, you don't get lost for too long in this one, unlike some other quests that if you get lost, you can wander a long way, and it's like, oh, this whole thing wasn't optional. Where am I? Where did I come from? Where did I go?
Thank the host, he cries. I knew they'd send somebody. It's not what it looks like, I swear. A cold and personal voice emanates from the Shield Guardian. Intruder, power system compromised, unauthorized crystal removal.
I want to take out the security constructs first because we don't like massive force damage. Oh, missed one.
There we go. Into a pile of debris.
Now we turn all of these 3 times. Actually, one of them we have to turn 5 times, but it's 2 3s and a 5. So I just turn all of them 3 times, and then I'll look at the ceiling and see which one needs 2 more. And then we get to go hit the one on the other side 7 times. Because while they did make a change that you could like shift click on a lever to turn it the opposite way, or on one of the mirrors, that doesn't work on levers that turn mirrors. So now we get to hit this one 7 times. That's 1, 2, a 3, a 4, 5, and a 6. And 7.
The barrier vanishes.
There we go.
Quickly, Chance says. Unlock the security door so I can get out of here. Careful though. Pulling the wrong wrong lever will summon the authorities. With a final clink, the locks holding Chance in his cell spring open. Now to rescue the errant student
I was
and
like,
escape before he gets you into any more trouble. You
is it
teleport
6472
back to
the
entrance.
code to the door in the Bark and the Blade? That Vecna quest? When you have to go down into the old Cannith Manufactory to do what the Lord of Blades says? It's something like that. That quest always felt to me like it's two separate quests. Because, like, there's the escort the dog section of the quest. And then there's the go down to the manufactory section of the quest. And they seem just so disjoint from each other. It's like, this feels like it really should have been two completely different quests. Oh, what feat was I taking at this level? I think I was taking a stance feat, like Master of Forms here. But I'm going to check my build first, because unlike some builds, this is one that I can definitely mess up if I get it wrong. Like, some stuff I've done so many times that it doesn't matter. I can just do it from memory. Okay, that's the wrong one. That one. Yes, we do want adaptive forms. Martial feats, meta magic, monk feats, adaptive forms.
Everyone at Morgrave University is talking about Vecna and
Now,
the Codex of the Infinite Planes.
we get to turn in
Morgrave
sagas.
University Air Shuttle in Sharn and speak to Sephelsa Stameth outside Lareth Hall to learn more.
Because why not? We already took 18. Let's see. What other sagas do we get to turn in? Because we just turned in Cogs. We can't turn in Sharn because we only did Sharn 1. What else did we do while leveling? Well, we didn't do Ravenloft. And we didn't do any of the lower level ones. So I think the only other one we have to turn in is Giant Hold. Because all the others are lower level, and this is an Iconic, so we didn't do any of those. Oh wait, we have Myth Draenor as well. So we get to turn in Draenor and Giant Hold. Hi. Send me to Giant Hold. More XP, thank you very much. Back to Stormreach. Then we go to Gatekeeper's Grove to get ourselves to Myth Draenor. And that should bring us up to rank 90. So we'll only have 6 ranks left to do. And there's lots of stuff to do once you're like 18. Like, obviously, we're gonna start by doing Sharn 2. And then, I think the one that I would do most often after that is gonna be Wayloon. Because Wayloon is pretty fast and it's a bunch of XP. But there's a lot of other stuff you could do. You can do Sharn Docks. Sharn Docks is pretty solid. I mean, if you like Vale, you can do Vale. I personally don't like it, so I don't do it. Let's see. Solar Gem of MRR Cap. The funny thing is, I would definitely wear that on this build. On the other hand, I really don't care about 10 magic resist during heroics. Like, it's not going to make or break anything. So, we're not going to do it. Okay. So, back to the Gatekeeper's Grove. We get to spend points. Where the hell are we spending the rest of our points anyway? Well, we've we spent all the points that we're going to in Sacred Fist. We spent all the points that we're going to in Sacred Defender. Like, we're only going 6 points in there for the stance. We spent all the points we're going to in War Soul because we just wanted our trance from there. We've done all the points that we want to in Xintao, probably? Maybe not. Where did I put the rest of these points? Oh, I fill out this and... Oh, interesting. Okay. So my current build plan that I put in the builder is to take 3 more points into Xintao to get 20 physical resist, because 20 physical resist for 3 points is pretty good. And so that's 4 points there, which leaves me with 8 more points. Wait, where's my... Did this not save right? This didn't save right. Because it left out my, It left out my Vistani Knife Fighter tree that I need for my, haste boost. Okay, so my build as it stands online is messed up. But so I'll have to go off of memory a little bit. And the good thing about the these points, they're really cheap to refund. So I think I was gonna spend 3 more points to get 5 more double strike, as well as 2 more points there. 3 more points here for the physical resist. Yeah, maybe that was it. Like, I might have taken this, dodge cap and dodge bypass. But for right now, I have 4 more points. I think I'm gonna get physical resist rating just to, like, become even ridiculously more tanky. And... we'll just drop 1 more point there for, no, 1 more point there to get us closer to our extra double strike. Excellent. So now we're up to 144 physical defense at level 18. Oh, and I have more spell slots to do as well. So we'll handle those when we go back to Sharn, because we're going to do Sharn 2. No. We want to go to our airship. Okay. And hello. Sharn we go. And we will stop by at the inn. Like, obviously, there's just so much that we could do. We could do some more grave stuff. We could do Sharn 2. We could do Wayloon. We could go to Vecna if we wanted. It's a little higher level, a little harder, so it's not ideal. Plus, heroic Vecna gear is in just a really weird level spot. Spells. We have another level 4 spell. The Stalwart Pact is decent. I don't think we need Death Ward. Is Key Explosion any good? The question is it better than Zeal? We're going to take Zeal for now. Because 10 double strike is a lot, and I know that it will be useful. I'll definitely try Key Explosion at some point, though. Probably in another level or 2 when I get another slot.
imposing figure motions for you to stop. Please turn back. Vaunt Arcano Technic is dealing with a security problem inside this store.
Hi. Alright. That's one crest.
The entrance is blocked by a magic field projected by a modified version of Vaunt's arcane assistant. The manager says that Vaunt's security detail has kidnapped the informant.
Is there another one over here? No.
Probably
Okay.
somewhere inside.
We're just gonna try to AoE some stuff down. Then we'll check in here. Alright. Crest number 2. We're gaming. And all that, and only... What is that? Green dungeon alert? Ah. Great success. Okay. Oh, there we go. Is it here? No. I must have missed it. Wait, nope. Nope. Here it is. Well, right now we have red dungeon alert, so we do want to clear some stuff. The slow from red dungeon alert plus getting hit by a Reaper is just like, you don't get to move anymore. Alright. Oh, a Reaper. Alright, down to green. Excuse you. Go. All right. Try to AoE some stuff down. Go.
A small figure cowers in menaced by Vaunt's security.
Oh, that was some interesting rubber banding. Leaping forward so I could be in melee range of this caster, and it's just like, no, I'm sorry. Do not pass go. Return from whence you came. Oh, hello. And it apparently was just a time delay jump forward, because it decided that, well, now that I'd killed some guys, it was fine. It would allow me to leap forward unexpectedly when I wasn't doing anything. Which is not ideal. Although I suppose it is better for it to happen then than for it to happen, like, now. As I'm on the balconies here. Well, not balconies, rafters. Taking just immeasurable force damage.
A small card by the door reads Huslov Noller, store manager. The door is securely locked. You'll need a key to get in. You unlock the door using the key to the manager's office.
There we go. I should be on the other side because there's a champion on the other side. 2 champions on the other side. Yep. It's like, hello, would you like to take 600 damage all at once? Not really, but that's what they're offering, so that's what we got.
The Radiant Idol calls out to you as he climbs aboard the waiting sky coach.
yes, the random ads are a higher priority kill than this boss. Because their force damage spam is something I don't have defense for. As opposed to the physical damage coming out from the boss, that I have a lot of defense for. Like, what do I have against a physical attacker? Well, I'm sitting at about 150 physical resist rating and 25 dodge. And of course 112 armor. So, force damage is just slightly more dangerous to me. Which is something I find interesting about Monk in general, is that they get a ton of anti-physical defenses, especially if you like build for having lots of dodge. You can get some pretty ridiculous sustainable dodge numbers. But on the flip side, because of being forced into robes, they are vulnerable to magic. So especially they're vulnerable to like damage over time kind of magic effects, because they're not as vulnerable to stuff like fireballs because they have evasion. You know what I mean? Throw a fireball, you know, we just dodge it. Like, that's not a big deal. But some of the other stuff, like the burning blood kind of stuff, that can be a problem.
The gnome demands in a pitiless tone. The creepy gnome investigates and gives you a head start, then goes back to work on the crime scene. What is really going on here? The air suddenly grows warmer. A draft rises from somewhere below. You have a sense that you're being watched.
Let's see if we get lucky on our spawn for the woman in black. She can be a little shy about coming out sometimes, but hopefully she'll be doing just fine. Alright. Talk to everyone. Spam the buttons. Spam interact buttons. Spam interact on everyone until it says we move on. Who did I miss? Alright, we got everyone now.
You turn to head outside, only to find a man standing in your path. He beckons you over.
Okay. So we're gonna go over here, which should spawn assassins.
These ne'er-do-wells have mistaken you for an easy mark. This won't end well for them.
No way. Alright. Still no woman in black. We're just spamming our interact target thing. I've heard various theories of like what needs to happen before she comes out. Like, there's at least one theory that like, oh, you need to engage with and fight the invisible assassins that spawn. And someone's like, oh no, that's not necessary. That's just like, it's just a timing thing or some such. Or it's like, there's like a trigger you need to step on, or... But... There we go. Is she on the map? Not showing on the map. Ah, here she is. Alright. There we go. Bit slower than usual, since I missed. Now, of course, if you're on something like a bard or like a sorcerer that has Sonic Blast, you just like throw 2 Sonic Blasts and everything explodes and you're fine. As melee, it's a little trickier to get it all to behave properly, but you know, it's not so bad.
If your suspicions are correct, the mysterious crystal is somewhere nearby.
See, as I mentioned, against physical attackers, I basically have 0 concern. Alright, so if you're not familiar with this portion, there are 2 valves that are always in the same place. The one we just turned, and then this one. And And then there's one that randomly spawns. It's got a couple different spawn points. Also, these rats spawn after you pull the valve that we just did. Alright, that's rubble. Oh, there it is. There we go. Alright, doors open. We do not need to use the rest shrine because we have lots of everything. Like, we don't need action boost charges. We don't need anything, really.
At first, Lady
Hi.
Thora gapes at you like a startled deer. Then she sighs with exasperation. If you want something done right, you've got to do it yourself.
Go. Go. These assassins go down. Oh, nice. They jumped off the ledge. That makes things simpler for us. We don't have to go up and get them. So this is always a little bit of weird geometry here. There's like a little hole underwater that you can get kind of stuck in. It's not deep enough that you start like wading, but it is that you might sometimes get like the climbing out animation, or like your walk animation doesn't work right when you're walking out of it. Yeah, see? There's like an underwater grate here that you can get kind of stuck in. Oh, Fear Reaper. Come here. Come here. There we go.
A deal, Talion. Thora calls out, and she sees the lone inquisitor among the attackers. Nobody quits the Dark Lanterns, Thora.
Only 1,000? Lane. 2,500. That's better.
That's all of them, at least for today. We need to keep moving, Thora says.
Did we start playing DDO together? I started first. And he started playing... Like, when I first started playing DDO, I didn't, like, keep playing DDO. Like, it was a long, long time ago, and I didn't, like, stick with it. I eventually came back years later, as is a common thing that happens with DDO players. It's just like, you'll often run into people in pubs. It's like, hey, I just came back after being gone for like 7 years. What's changed? And the answer is a lot. But yeah, I think he started playing more when I started playing more after I had come back to it. But he has put more, we'll say, focused effort into it. Like, at endgame, he has, his builds are more, or his gear sets are much better optimized than mine. He's got more pass lives than me at this point. Just, he is performing better than I am.
The High Priest gestures to the east.
At least on, for that sort of thing. Which is not really a big deal, because it's not like we're competing with each other to be the best at DDO.
Lucian Vaughn, and has selected you to deliver the killing blow. An imposing man dressed in a noble's finery beckons you. You arrive at your destination after a long flight through the forest of towers
There we
that
go.
comprises the Middle Memphis district.
Grab
To
that.
your surprise, Von Sedura Warehouse is a drab and unremarkable structure. Your entrance
All right.
The guards scramble into action.
Intruders! Activate the alarm
Alright, as before, we're not trying to, like, kill everything. We just want to kill enough that we don't get ridiculous dungeon alert later. I think we're accomplishing that.
A large large group of guards
Well,
has formed ranks.
the thing about DDO is that consistent effort is pretty well rewarded. Like, even if you're playing slowly, or you're not playing as optimally or as well as some others, you will eventually accumulate power. Now, you'll accumulate it much slower than people playing more optimally, but you can eventually get strong. And hopefully, you know, in the time you spend, you'll... Oh, not only... So I get hit with slow exhaustion and the Reaper slow on me. Very cool game.
Pushing open the doors unleashes a wave of hot air.
Alright, this is only yellow ore. Should be fine. Of course, I could have gotten past that whole issue by actually killing guys on the way down. So really, I have only myself to blame for my playstyle. It's like, how dare I be punished with the in-game mechanics that punish you for doing things? Like, how dare they? I pulled a bunch of guys and I got slowed down by the mechanic that slows you down if you pull a bunch of guys. Ridiculous. I should be exempt from these sorts of things because I don't like it. World Completionist is a nice way to start out, I think. Like, it doesn't give you the same power spike that getting a ton of racial lives does, but I think it's a great way to start out because it does give you a chance to play a bunch of different classes. Just like try different things, see what you like. Now, obviously, you can cheat on that. You can just say it's like, I don't want to play a bunch of different things. I'm going to play every class as Inquisitive. And you can do that. And there are other like similar splits that you can do for, I want to play the same class every time, but I want different class lives. So you do want to like the 6, 8, 8 sort of leveling splits where you have 6 and 8 fixed, and then you have plus 8 of whatever you want the past life of. And that's just how you can get class lives or classes you don't want to play. And that is certainly a way to do things. I've kind of valued the... you know, I'd like to say I kind of valued the variety, but at the same token, I've played a lot of different classes on Inquisitive at this point too, so... But that's mostly because I liked Inquisitive more so than I hated those classes. I'm going around this way because there's a trap right there in the middle that I don't want to deal with. Oh, there were more sticky traps over here. Were racial lives always a thing? Heroic lives weren't always a thing, from what I understand. But no, they weren't always a thing. Oh, that's a bad time for Night Shield to wear off. Yeah, let's not lose our magic missile immunity right as the security constructs spawn. The sticky traps. The slowed attack speed. Once again, I'm suffering from the consequences of my own actions by not killing those guys earlier. Also, I don't have a lot of fort bypass, so on a build where I benefit so much from critting, stuff like constructs takes relatively forever. But no, I forget when racial lives were introduced. But let's see, we need to turn this one in. Excuse me. And grab the last one in the chain. And we don't have D-Door, so we'll be fighting our way back up, which is fine.
Somewhere nearby is the Stormreach Beacon, Vaughnt's protection against vengeful Forge Wraiths. The beacon will surely be under heavy guard.
Rolled a 1 on Intimidate.
That's never stopped you.
So I find we'll pay the 50 gold, which is essentially nothing.
Beacon back from under Vaughnt's nose. And if you do it right, no one will be able to stand in your way.
Detain mercenaries. Thank you. Let's see. All right. This way. And up we go. This way. Let's see if we can get the, Oh, we missed. Okay. So if you manage to step onto the edge of the platform on your way up, it'll take away you won't keep rising up in the air. You'll like kind of stick to the floor, but you have to hit it at like just the right angle. Oh, I should probably cast my buffs, eh? That might help. It is funny that you can pre-cast spells to land on them after they aggro. That's 10 dirty kobolds. Ah, well. When you measure it in drinks, that seems like a lot. But then again, I have enough for like 1,000,000 dirty kobolds, so... Really... I have more than I could ever finish drinking, so it's okay. We will overcome. You know, if you just run by and don't kill these, I bet they have to fight that Forge Wraith on the way out. Also, welcome in, Veddy Viddy Whoopsie. And let's put on Featherfall just in case. It gives us a chance to recover if we miss the jump. At least enough time to try to, like, grab the ledge and not fall down and get thrown into jail.
Here in Sharn, says Lucien Vaughnt, his voice brimming with confidence. And tomorrow will be truly beautiful. Vaughnt will be talking on stage.
Down we go.
Now's your chance to steal back the Stormreach Beacon.
This is a Sacred Fist build. We're on Tabaxi Trailblazer. And I already had Monk Lives, so I decided to do not a monk, also known as Sacred Fist. It's like a monk, but it's not a monk. It's actually a paladin. But even though it is a paladin, it's really a monk. And I also splash one favorite soul because I was like, if I'm going charisma-based Sacred Fist, we might as well, and I'm already going to be cross-class because I'll have one monk for the first level in Tabaxi Trailblazer. Might as well grab one favorite soul for the trance. So, we have Charisma Trance too. It's highly effective. And it is nice that Tabaxi Trailblazer does give us crowd control that works against golems. What's the level split? I just went with 2 monk, 1 favorite soul, and the rest in Sacred Fist. Now obviously we don't have all of those yet because we are only level 8. Wait. I do need to actually grab the beacon. That would have been bad if I got all the way out and it's just like, so where's the beacon? It's like, oh, The beacon! Stormreach's beacon! The beacon for Stormreach! That beacon! Forgot it.
Lucian von Trumpet, the cry of anguish. He died as he lived.
Just gonna take out Lucy here for fun. But yeah, I went 2 Monk so I could go deep enough for the Quick Strike for the 25 Double Strike. That's why I got 2 Monk. And, you know, also it comes with stuff like Evasion, but I'm pretty sure I got that from Sacred Fist anyway, so that's not really a net benefit. Where are we going? This way. Looks fun. Yeah, it's hard to go wrong with a staff-based Tabaxi Trailblazer. Like, it's a lot of fun to have, like, all the move speed and the spring attack. And you can just run around everywhere and do all the things. So, yeah, it's been going well for me so far. Hi. Alright. You gonna come over here and fight me, other golem? I was kind of waiting to do my crowd control until you were both next to each other. No? Okay, alright. I'll fight you one-on-one. Very honorable of you. And yes, I'm aware that there was a Force Rage that was just, like, shooting me from the side. I was not super concerned about it because he doesn't do enough damage to hurt me. I mean, the mob AI isn't as bad as it was. It was really bad for a bit there.
You've recovered the stolen beacon. Now, you'll return to Stormreach, where it will once again guard the city as it protected for thousands of years.
There we go. Alright. There we go. Have to wait for him to leave. Alright, off we go. Alright, rank 92. And we get to turn in the Sharn Saga now. Which should get us up to 93, I guess? Alright. Masterminds of Sharn Saga. Yeah. XP. Alright, so we're ranked 93. We are at 3.6 million experience. I believe to hit 20 I need 3.8. So we need about 180k more. Which I guess we'll head into Wayloon. We're going to take a quick ad break here. I'm going to grab a drink. We're going to let the dog out. And we'll be back in about 2 minutes. So we just put up a quick AFK screen. And we'll be hitting Wayloon here in a minute. Alright. So, you got a drink? The dog was like, what do you mean? You want me to move from here to go out? I would rather just sit here. So, she has not gone out, but I hope everyone got a chance to stand up, stretch your legs, all that good stuff. I also did look up the, when racial reincarnation came out, and it was in 2017. So it's been a thing for like 8 years now. But it has not always been a thing, because DDO is older than 8 years. Significantly so, in fact. We're just going to sell some stuff so we don't run into problems of not having enough space. Yep. Alright, and we're good to head into Wayloon or whatever other quest we might want to do. Like we could do... let's take a quick look, see if there's anything else that looks fun or interesting or different. Wayloon is probably the most... we'll say most efficient, because I know it the best. But let's see. Obviously, we've got... oh, we can do Lords of Dust. Lords of Dust is probably nice. I forget what favor it gives me. Yeah, I guess we'll hit Lords of Dust first. Even though the later ones in the chain aren't really very good XP, but I like Lords of Dust. There we go.
Inquisitor Noman waits for you near the entrance.
Stay near
An
me.
irritated scowl on his face.
Oh, that's the other thing I was going to look up. I was going to check how many of my spell slots I lost by having 3 non-Sacred Fist lives. Why must the Fear Reaper spawn over there? Oh well. We have plenty of time to kill it. Because we have to wait for them to talk about stuff anyway. Well, I've always kind of liked Lords of Dust. I don't know why. Maybe I have an affinity for it because for a long time when I started playing, I was pure free-to-play. And when you're pure free-to-play and you haven't unlocked very many packs yet, once you get to around this level, you're going to end up running Lords of Dust a decent number of times. Just because especially, you know, we're talking at least, you know, 5-6 years ago. There wasn't a whole lot else.
The novice who accompanied
Now,
lies on the ground in the hallway ahead.
or at least I remember, like, I don't know if I was pure free-to-play or just non-VIP. Like, I might have gotten, say, like, the Menace of the Underdark pack. Which, if I recall, the Menace of the Underdark pack also came with, like, 3 other quest packs. It came with, like, the Inspired Quarter, it came with the Lord's March Plaza quests, and, like, Dreaming Dark, I think. I think it was, like, those 3 sets.
As the path leads down, it begins to
But I'm pretty sure even before then, when I wasn't free-to-play in that I didn't have anything, but, like, I'd unlocked... I was essentially just saving points to unlock packs when they went on sale. So, you know, looked at the various priorities and whatnot. Stuff like Giant Hold was one of the first things I got because, well, there's not a lot of stuff in that level range to do when you're free-to-play. So it's a great pack to pick up early for that. And yeah, like stuff like that. Yeah, I don't think I actually picked up the Menace of the Underdark pack until I actually hit 20, and it's like, well, if I'm gonna keep playing stuff, I need stuff to run. Purify. Leave me alone, Fear Reaper. I'm not afraid of you, I'm just annoyed that you might stop me from opening doors. Also, why does it keep catching up with me? I thought I'd be able to get further, like, advance. Because it's like, well, when I run forward, it'll go out of range and the dot will drop. And then it didn't, because it kept moving forward, like, just enough to keep putting stacks on me as I fail to open doors. Which is unfortunate, but again, it is the consequence of my own actions for not killing it. Like, this whole problem could have been avoided if I simply turned around to kill the thing that was attacking me.
Inquisitor Noman stands next to a strangely confident.
Apparently when Lords of Dust like first came out, like way back in the day, this boss fight hit really, really hard. And he still hits really hard for like, if you're a first lifer and you aren't expecting it,
my friend, a nuisance. The ritual is underway, and
the Drow Warrior here will surprise you. Because like all these other quests, like you blow through it, like it's no big deal. And then you get to this dude, who's just here dual wielding and is like, I am going to absolutely shred you now. And it's like, wait, what?
Let my minions kill this filth.
Hi. He still does hit hard if like, especially when you go into Epic Elite or Epic Reaper, if you're like just not expecting it, he will mess you up. Open. Open.
Silver Flame are looking into cult activity in the area. Your help would be greatly appreciated.
Boop. There we go. I think that's the only one in this chain that's really good as far as XP goes, but I still do like the chain.
The great cavern revealed by the cultist spell worries the Silver Flame. Someone will have to brave its depths for them.
You have entered the nether realm of Kyber.
I am looking forward to, in Epics, having my Night Shield actually last a decent amount of time. Because right now it's only lasting 5 minutes because that's the minimum, and I only have 1 level in Favored Soul. But, you know. That won't be a problem here in a minute. Excuse you. I'm trying to open a thing, and you're annoying me.
Dusty remains lie in front of a sealed stone door on the far side of the room.
The thing is about Elodie Giant Hold. Yeah, they're some of the first ones that, I don't know, they feel, it might be something to do with the narrative with them as well. Because they're some of the first quests that feel like part of a bigger storyline, I guess? Like, there's a lot of, well, I guess that's not true either. Maybe it's just like my perception of them. But like, Giant Hold is one of the first like big packs I bought, so I have that sort of affinity for it. And I also have an affinity for stuff like the Crucible, because I remember like not liking the Crucible, like thinking it's like, oh, it's a giant pain. And then I learned it, and now I like it a lot. But I think I like it a lot because I had to learn it, and it drew my attention more because it wasn't just like many other quests, it's like, oh, I run straight down the hallway, kill every monster on my way. So I think that's one reason why I kind of like Crucible, is that it's a little bit different. It requires a little bit more preparation.
Down into Kyber's depths.
Atypical quests. Now, I do have a limit on atypical quests. Like, Demon's Den is just a pain. And actually, I spoke about this earlier on stream a little bit as well because of the level range I'm at. Like, this is a level range that I could be doing Veil. And Veil of Twilight has a lot of atypical quests. I don't like them. I don't like their gimmicks. I find them annoying.
The passageway is
like, not even like difficult, just like annoying. It's like, oh, better not kill any spiders. I hope you don't have something like a two-handed fighting build where you do AoE automatically all the time. Can I get him to teleport out of the wall? Ah, there we go. Excellent. Well, let's see. What are the other Veil quests? I think part of it is that the Veil quests were really designed with groups in mind. Like, honestly, Rainbow in the Dark. If you're a melee character, soloing Rainbow in the Dark is just a bad idea. Like, I hope you like taking off your weapon, especially if you're like a two-handed fighting build. It's like, oh, well, I guess you've got a little light stick now instead of your actual weapon. And yes, I know that you could take off, that you can put the light stick on for navigating and then take it off for fighting. But still, like, that's a quest that was clearly designed to have, like, a caster in the middle. Back when Green Steel was top tier as well. From what I understand, Green Steel still has a variety of good uses today. Stuff like displacement clickies. Now, has that coaxed me to go and actually run Veil? No. No, it hasn't. It's got some good stuff that you can't really get elsewhere. And yet, I cannot be bothered because I dislike pretty much every quest in Veil. So let's see, what are the other ones? There's the one with all of the light damage. And it is a lot of light damage. There's the one with where you can't kill the spiders. And there's the one in the dark. And there's the, what is it, Ascension Chamber? Where it's like up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down.
More oppressive as the path drops deeper into the heart of Kyber.
I think the bigger difficulty in Coalescence Chamber, not so much anymore, but like back in the day, was that it's a ridiculously long quest. And there's only like one rest shrine in the whole thing. There's one where you couldn't let an NPC die, right? There's one where, like, you can't let more than 5 spiders die in the whole thing. Well, once you advance the quest to a certain point, which is funny because now the way you cheese it is you find, like, the quest trigger and, like, you kill a bunch of the spiders beforehand so you can't accidentally kill them. After you trigger from this point on, if you kill spiders, you lose the quest. There used to be an abundant step tech in that one. Used to be? Did they take it out? I thought there were a lot of those still around. probably still around? Okay. Wouldn't surprise me any. If it did go away, I would think it would be more of a... like a side effect of something that was done. I can't see them going back and removing something somewhat of an exploit in a quest that old. Like, it's just... no one's got the time for that. That's not on anyone's list of priorities. Ah, yeah. One more set of spiders and then these guys. This last one before they, yeah, there we go. Buffs. Go. Yeah, there was a... I remember there being a book up there that you kind of needed to get to.
Something is waiting in the lowest steps of Khyber. Something that the Silver Flame does not want getting out.
This is a good quest to have immunity to energy drain in, because she dispels Death Ward and then level drains you, and it sucks.
Ahead, a Rakshasa and a
Spinner is still a step above difficulty of most other quests on the same level. But I also like Spinner, mostly because it's more like a mini raid than it is a quest, I will say. Like, it has more similarities to a raid type encounter than it does to your standard quest. And that might just be because it's about killing, like, the one big named person in it. But that's how it feels to me.
The spiders consume the last of the flames.
Almost made it to the steps.
Find yourself unable to move. The Spinner of Shadows has broken free.
At last I am free from that disgusting flame. You have finally done my biddings, vassals. I see that you have brought me the dragon shards that she needs. Though I also see that you have allowed some pests to follow you inside.
The demon overlord glares down at you with contempt.
The stink of Eberron is on you, mortals. I will turn my attention to your world in due time. But for now, it pleases me to let you live. Someone must witness my return and survive.
Yes, yes, we will witness you, Shiny and Chrome. Understood.
We will report your glorious release to the world. Now let us leave this place. You must help us release the other demon overlords. I will do no such thing. Now that I am free, I have no need for the other overlords, or for you tedious lords of dust. Not when she awaits me. Now be gone!
A burst of blue flame suddenly erupts in front of the demon. The Spinner of Shadows screams and scuttles back into the darkness. You feel her grasp on you slip as the Silver Flame Guardian
off we go.
speaks.
Hold, demon.
Go whack some spiders.
Yet. Some of
Got my spider whacking stick.
Here.
The Silver Flame Guardian speaks.
We have driven her back, but it will not last.
Well, I didn't say it was a Reaper rack and stick, but it works for that too.
The silver flame that holds her. If you can light the wards again, she will be imprisoned once more. Quickly now, she returns.
I think there's only 4 that spawn in the first wave.
I see your game now, Flame Spirit. You are too weak to battle me yourself, so you use these mortals as
Like, there's 4 that spawn in caves, and I think 3 that spawn lava side.
ways from our time together.
Oh, there she is.
Let us begin.
The voice
Might as well accelerate getting to the part where we can actually do things well.
The spinner's pain.
Powerful spider venom hurts a lot. Fortunately, I've got nothing else to do with my spell points than heal myself. I mean, I could reapply the buffs that she dispelled, but...
Once more, the demon's voice echoes from the shadows above.
Demons of Kyber, hear my call. Protect my children.
Come on. There we go. See, I don't even think I care that much about strike through on this build because we just have so many cleaves anyway. Like, it's nice to have the strike through for sure, but... I mean, I guess that is something that makes Sacred Fist good on fist builds as well. You get lots of AoE to go with it. I suppose I should go ahead and light some wards. I got enough for 2, I think. Oh, 3. Not 4, though. Alright, where are the spiders? There's some spiders. Oh, there's another one. There we go. As expected, not a ton of spiders over here, but enough.
A feeling of dread overwhelms you, as if darkness has entered your very soul. The spinner of shadows has returned to the battle.
Come here. Come here, I want to smite you. There we go. Good smite. Now, where did she return to the battle, though? I was just in the cave side, so I guess she's not over there. Or is she? Oh well, we'll look around. Kill some random demons on the way. No spinner. I'm killing your demons. The Hezrus have quite a bit of health and she's annoying with the dot and debuffing. Yeah. Fortunately, the dot gets cleansed by the Silver Flame. So we got that going for us, at least, which is nice. Yep, yep. Alright, negative 7,000. Oh. No. Now we get to defend for a little bit.
Decides to change tactics.
Arise, my spiders. Destroy the Guardian.
Oh, I don't have enough.
The mortals are
Okay.
lost.
But yeah, the Hezru are relatively healthy. Oh, that's right. Unholy Blight does more to me because I'm, like, lawful good. I'm so used to being true neutral just for all of the obvious reasons. Well, sorry. I guess I shouldn't say all of the obvious reasons, because while a lot of people here have been in the game for a while, and possibly know even more than me, I do need to keep remembering that there are people who might not have been here. So, the reason that you might want to be true neutral is that there are certain spells in the game, like Unholy Blight that we just mentioned, which do more damage to people of an opposing alignment. In this case, because I am lawful good, the Unholy Blight, which I believe is evil-based, does extra because we're good. And things like Chaos Hammer will do extra damage because we are lawful. Now, this also works the other way around. So when you cast these spells, they work that way too.
The swarm of spiders subsides.
There we go.
And the Guardian is once again safe. Time for you to finish.
Alright, time to go through the caves.
The demon chuckles in the shadows.
An amusing game, mortals. But you are out of
We're gonna go over here and kill as many spiders as we can before the spinner gets onto us. Now, our biggest risk here is that we somehow, like, let the Silver Flame die. And then we won't be able to hit the spinner anymore, which doesn't make it impossible to complete, but it makes it way more annoying because we basically have to have her attacking us the whole time as we go around trying to attack these spiders. And for many characters, that would be a death sentence because, as I mentioned earlier, if you don't have innate immunity to energy drain, she will dispel your death ward, and she will level drain you, and she will continue to do this until you are just full-on dead from having all of your levels drained. Now, we have immunity to level drain, so we're not worried about that. But we do need to avoid some other things. How many more do we need? Actually, how many ward crystals do we have? We've got 2 on us. So we need, let's see, 10 more? Yeah. It's annoying that I'm not one-shotting these things. It's like, you're dealing like 95% of their life or more on the hit. It's like, that takes me so much longer than one-shotting them. Alright. I think we'll do the rest in the middle by just killing her and having her spawn stuff. Hi. Excuse me, back up a little bit. Come stand on top of the flame. Thank you. There we go. So now we're just going to beat her down until she spawns enough spiders for us to finish the quest. Because like each time you beat her down, she spawns 2 more spiders. And we can beat her down really quickly. Okay, ward crystals, ward crystals, ward crystals, ward crystals. Stop that. Okay, where were we? Ah, yes. We need to relight 2 more. Do we have enough ward crystals for it? 1
The last
and 2.
and
There we go.
light fills the cavern. The spirit of shadow
Not even close.
It is a shout of triumph, not defeat. Once again, you are held.
Now, I have learned a couple tips for this over the years. One of them is that if you have have certain abilities like the Corsari Storm Warlock that basically just locks something down for an extended period of time, you're only going to get 3 of the Hezru spawns there in the middle. So if you can drop some sort of long duration crowd control on them, they won't keep spawning more and more. You'll just have those 3 sitting there being crowd controlled. What if I want to tremble after Lolth? We can make her tremble, can't we? I mean, it might take a couple more levels. And leading around an annoying girl who won't follow instructions, but
A voice of vast power booms from
we'll get there eventually.
There you are, sister.
We'll hit her with that
Did you
deluge.
collect the dragon shards as I commanded?
I have, replies the Spinner of Shadows.
The Drow brought them to me, just as you said they would. What shall I do with these irritating mortals?
Leave them, Lolth commands. The demon web will soon swallow this place, and them along with it.
It was interesting back in the day
bring me the
reading like
dragon shards.
strategy guides for this, where you would want to bring in like a tank to have the spinner like actually be tanked while other people ran around getting the crystals. And it's like,
Find yourself outside the
technically you still do that. Usually like the people running the crystals will bring her to the middle. But go 33k. And we finish out. Now we make our way to Evening Star. What level is the new quest in Evening Star? I think it's like level 5, so we won't be doing that.
The gatekeepers, a special druidic order, are looking for you in the Great Chamber.
So this quest is a really good one to do on this build. And the reason is that this next quest has a lot of running in it. So this build that has basically 90% uptime on a 30% sprint boost is really good at that.
This is unlike anything you have ever seen before. Mountains of stone float in the air, gathered together by huge strands of webbing. Yet these are not barren
But first,
rocks.
we have to wait for Elminster to do things.
Life clinging to them. A voice in the distance calls to you. Take heed, friend.
I don't think I took any of the enhancements that like do things when you turn undead, right? Like we've got a Channel Divinity thing here that we didn't pick up.
Stranger here, I'm thinking.
We've got
Brings ye into the demon web. Ye must have come
like
through the rift
He
that
shout.
she made. The rift to the other world. Perhaps ye have come to mend it. 'Tis no small task. I can aid ye in all this,
Yeah.
but it will not be easy.
It was funny
Come with
seeing
me.
Elminster show up in Baldur's Gate 3, and it was just like, wait, I know him from DDO. And yep, here he is. Still talking.
We are
Still
in the
talking.
realm of the vile goddess
All he
Lolth.
does.
She and her sister, the Spinner of Shadows, are the source of thy current troubles.
Let me in.
'Twas only possible for me to come here because Lolth let her
But
guard
yes,
slip when
Elminster, the
rift
original
opened,
yapper.
and I cannot easily leave the demon web until she slips again. The demon web sprawls out before this rift. Her sister, the magic shards she's plundered from your... The hunched creatures ahead make some strange and disgusting sounds as
I
they
missed it.
root through old bones. They closer to my home.
There we go.
Lolth now wages war on the kingdom of Cormyr in a little village named Evening Star. This
Yep.
rift and that war. The Spinner of Shadow looms.
God, I love the spring attack giving you the boost, so you don't have to like constantly stop for a couple
I sense
seconds.
that she has dropped her guard again. Occupied with her sister, most like. I must leave while I can. Find thy way to Evening Star. I will meet you there.
Go.
'Tis a
Ooh, launch
dangerous
manual
journey.
XP. Very
but
nice.
You seem to be accustomed to dangerous journeys. Elminster departs.
we need to kill the spiders to move on. Toss that to kill off more dretches, and we are on our way.
Far away in the center of the demon web is a vast structure that can only be Lolth's lair.
What are we doing on these?
In the distance,
One and
the
out.
spinner of shadows scuttles along the demon web, intent on some errand of her own.
Oh, did they not die? Alright, we'll throw one more at him, see if it helps. Nope, still green doesn't alert. That's okay, we can deal with green. Green's no big deal. It just means we need to be a little bit more careful from here on.
Long-forgotten worlds lie ensnared in Lolth's web.
What? Hello.
This will be the fate of Eberron unless you find a
Almost
way
ran off the edge during a lag spike.
consuming your home.
There we go. We kept it green. We're still green.
On a distant shard of the demon web, Lolth greets the spinner of shadows.
Alright, and hopefully some of those actually follow us. Excellent, excellent.
Let us begin the ritual. I promise you power beyond imagining. Now join me, sister. Let go of your physical form and join me. Become greater than you ever were. Become
Forehead beam, go! Oh, it's getting even bigger.
Lolth vanishes with a piercing
Excellent.
burst
Forehead
of
beam was a
magical energy,
success.
and for an instant you stand transfixed by the strange scene. Then a sudden onslaught of the Spider Queen's servants snaps you back to the situation at hand.
Pretty sure you have to kill all the little spiders too for the door to open. There we go. I know you have to kill all the big spiders.
Ahead lies a glimmering magical portal. You have no way of knowing what strange new world you find yourself in a vast cavern of stone deep below the surface. If you are to find Elminster, you must first make your escape from the vastness
Alright,
of the
so we do have to kill like all these earth elementals, which is kind of annoying for our build, but we will make do. Go. They can be tripped. Not sure how. They should be well connected to the earth, given that they're earth elementals. I don't just mean physically connected. You'd think they'd have some sort of natural trip immunity. Like they're too connected to the ground, like spiritually, to be knocked over. Or we could just miss a bunch. We got them all, right? There we go, yes. These death jump spiders are actually very dangerous for, like, casters or people with lower defenses. Like, their, like, jump attacks can do a lot of damage. Oh, speaking of a lot of damage, I do need to switch boots. So that we have freedom of movement for the traps up ahead. Yeah, spell ward slow really sucks because it does slow down attack speed.
Don't look anything like the ground counted back on Eberron. And they also don't look pleased to see you.
Which is why we go all the way over here. So we can kite them together, and that gives us plenty of time to group them up and let the buff wear off. Or debuff, I suppose, I should say, not buff.
Are talking on the ledge above.
And then we can fight, when we're not attacking at like half speed. But at least we don't get paralyzed by the spell wards. So we've got that going for us.
It will take you closer to the surface. The Drow patrol you saw before is taking a break.
We'll wait here just a second for our cooldown to come back.
Above, a strange creature spots you.
Surface dwellers down
There we
here.
go.
It snaps.
The
Fortunately,
slavers are
like,
growing careless.
when you're solo, you don't need to worry about this section as much. Because by the time the stuff spawns, you're out of aggro range, so it doesn't matter. But if you're in a group, the stuff will spawn, and then it'll aggro on the next person who walks by. Which, it's not like dangerous enough that it's a threat to their life, but it will get you dungeon alert. Which can be annoying. Or dangerous, depending on what difficulty you're at and how strong the various characters in the dungeon are.
A small but well-guarded
I like to follow them, because if you follow them, you're less likely to hit a trap. As I immediately disprove my theory.
These Drow fought with military precision unheard of on Sindric.
Okay.
Even so, the defender of the outpost is finally dead. You may freely pass.
So
through
as
the
usual,
portal.
we're going to run all the way over to where the archers spawn.
A fresh breeze blows down. The leader of the Drow
Because then I get to fight everything in one place.
More fodder for the slave pits. Seize them!
Alright, fine. Smite. Oh, I rolled a 1 on a smite. That's okay, I have 4 more. Smite. There we go.
A voice from inside. The villagers in the cage anxiously point to a large lever near the door.
There we go.
Thank the gods, I'd almost
Alright, so we still need another 40k. I think we'll get that from what?
The people here know
One quest in Wayloon? Maybe 2? It's too much to just head into a Slayer zone.
Some call him the Sage of Shadowdale. Others,
And of course, we're not joining the max level person who's doing a favor run of Acute Delirium. That would defeat the purpose of trying to get experience. So, just turn this in.
While
that.
hardship and war preoccupy each
And off we go.
star, bad news of a different type arrives with a single ranger. A problem the priests have ignored to their peril.
Okay. And off we go. So, I don't know if we're going to get this with just one quest or if we're going to need to do 2, but either way, it's getting a little late, but since we are half a rank from leveling, I just want to finish out hitting cap tonight. There we go. And then we'll take cap, we'll look at some build stuff, and we will wrap it up. But we are not there yet. We still have at least 1 quest, probably 2. It might be 1 quest and then step into Stormhorn's Wilderness. Like, that's another possibility. If, like, I only need, like, 4 or 5k, it's like, we're just gonna step into Stormhorn's Wilderness, find a couple things, like, kill a dozen guys, and call it good.
Wayloon natives made these drainage tunnels into their refuge when the prison was built. Now, their safe haven has been shattered. Slaughtered, the woman's life ebbs away, her frantic warning consuming the last of her strength. If you act now, you
so
may be able to prevent further
off we go.
massacres at the other camps.
We're just gonna stay on the freedom of movement boots because, yeah, we really like our damage resistance boots, or damage reduction boots, I guess I should say, but we don't really need it. There we go. The funny thing about this quest is that there are multiple paths through it, and I have never looked into which one is actually the best, as far as, like, fastest, most efficient, etc. Like, this is the route that I know. Do I know it's the best? Not at all. But it does mean you don't have to go through the, like, all the poison trap area. So I appreciate that one.
The snake crest on the ground may be of use in reaching Harvest Hall. Criminals drop down from the ceiling grates. The natives below scramble to respond.
So this is annoying if you can't crowd control them, like, as they fall down, and, like, you have to chase them all over the place. Fortunately, we seem to be able to get most of them here. Even though, like, some of them are running around. We have enough cleaves that we can kind of get them as they land, or at least most of them. There we go. Just need to take care of the Spear Reaper.
Take this crest. It will help you gain entrance to Harvest Hall.
These quests you didn't really get into that much? You mean like all of the general Evening Star quests, or specifically Wayloon? Because I know some people have some animosity towards the Wayloon quests in, or not the Wayloon quests, no, the Evening Star quests in general. Like Wayloon, Druid, Stormhorns, like the lot of them. But the wildest thing to me about some of these quests is the fact that
On the ground may be of use in reaching Harvest Hall.
sorry, is the fact that Stormhorns was released long before mounts were a thing. And Stormhorns is a huge zone to be running through without mounts.
Shouts come from both
damn
ends
it.
of the camp. It's a two-pronged assault.
You like the Evening Star music? That's cool. I haven't paid that much attention to it anyway. It's been a bit since I've had the in-game music on. Or has it? Where did the Elder go, even? Like, she wasn't in her normal place, so either she died already, or, like, she aggroed something and ran off to the side somewhere. Maybe both. Nope, here she is, getting beaten up. Wait, no, that's a Wayloon native. Oh, there's the Elder. She is unharmed. Where did they all come from? I guess we'll go for the ones on this side now. Hi. Yep. There's more on this side now. Get back here. Come back here.
You've ended the attack on this camp.
Excellent.
The grateful natives take down the barricade, so you can proceed to Harvest Hall.
Alright. And we're off to the races again. Well, we still have to get slowed by these spell wards, but... It's good enough.
Suggests that you are nearing an exit. Yet, with the breeze also comes a pungent reptilian smell.
That's fine. I do like that they actually changed the end fight here to actually add a mechanic to it. I was like, if you're not familiar with it, it used to be just AoE everything down. And relatively recently, like within the last year or so, they actually made the named one immune to damage while anyone else is alive. So you can't like just focus her and ignore the others. Now you need to actually kill everything.
Steps echo from down the hall as more criminals join Athea.
Fortunately for this build, that is a distinction without a difference, as they say. Because, like, yeah, I'm not going to bother targeting anything else. I'm just going to cleave everything else. And then she'll eventually die too.
My family wiped out by you
So,
bumpkins. She gasps.
that works too.
You've routed the criminals and ended their scheme to destroy the. You are welcome to use Harvest Hall as a place
Okay,
to rest
we are
and
now
recover from now on.
2,000 gold short, or 2,000 experience short, which means we're just going to kill some dudes in the wilderness here. And maybe find, like, one of the whatevers. Some of the lore drop things. Like that lore drop thing.
Spent the day at Harvest
Alright,
Hall.
that's 650
Claim
XP.
that they have nothing to do
Where's some
with
people
the
to
Shah
kill?
worshippers or the criminals. Alas, they know nothing about the relic I'm after. So, I bade them farewell.
Alright,
and
you got anyone
continued
around who
my
might need killing? Anyone? Oh, there's a thing up here.
Wayland Prison is filled with the kingdom's worst murderers, thieves, and bandits. And to reach my goal, I'll need to make it past them all. Time to put my training to the test. My uncle would be pleased to know that his fencing lessons did not go to waste.
Okay. So, we need to kill just a couple more dudes. And or find a couple more lore drops to round out our last level. Oh, look. Huh. We saved a person. Well, that's nice too. Well, I guess we kill them too, because they didn't believe us. So really it's their own fault. Right. We are now short by 100 XP. How long ago was it that I TR'd to level 1? 2 months? No, maybe a little more than that. I did Iconics for I think the last 3 or 4 lives. But I was doing racials before that, so I've been to one relatively recently. I mean, I could look back through the VODs to find out exactly. You know what? We'll level up an Evening Star. So let's see. Before this, I was Tabaxi Trailblazer Monk. Before that, I think was when I was the Assassin. That was a Shadar Kai Assassin. And before that, I was inquisitive? Or I might be swapping the order of those two. It might be the other way around. I know at some point in there, yeah, I think it was after Assassin is when I tried out the like the flavor of the month, like multi-class paladin inquisitive thing. And last level as paladin. More charisma. One of those. One there, because we want it to be a class skill. There we go.
Through all your accomplishments, you have transcended.
All right.
Hero. There are a talented
Stop
few who could teach
lagging.
you about what fate lies in store.
Thank you. Alright, so we'll come over here to prepare our spells as well. Okay, how many spell slots did we get? Alright, so we are limited to only 2 level 4 spells. That is a penalty that we took. We got another level 2. Which means I guess we take Angel Skin. Alright, so we don't get another level 4, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. Alright, so we did want... five double strike here. We did want... So now we have options. Like, we can grab more hit points here. We can grab, you know, 1 hit and damage. Key Shout isn't really something we care about. We could grab one of these trainings. Like if we were like, well, we actually do want more key, or we want extra health or something like that. So that's an option. What are our damage options? All right, we can get... We are using a quarterstaff as favored weapon. With the 1 level that we took in Favored Soul, we got the deity that gives staff as favored weapon. So yeah, that's kind of required because all this is favored weapons in Sacred Fist. So we can get a point in Xintao here for 2 damage while centered, so that's good damage. We could grab another key attack, like Fists of Iron, for extra threat range and multiplier attack. So that's an option. We could, of course, grab 1 more double strike here as well. Anything in Sacred Fist that I might want? We don't care about the improved evasion. We don't care about deflect arrows because we already have it elsewhere. We don't really care about that. I mean, we could take Seeker. Seeker is okay. So we have 6 points. Obviously, we can get 2 more points here for extra damage on Wide Sweep. We'll probably take that. What is this again? Smite Tainted Creature? No. We don't have good enough wisdom for that to be worth it in epics anyway. Like, we could grab more points in Sacred Defender if we wanted it. Like, we can get more lay on hands, we could get some more saves, or things of that nature. But that's more defensive stuff. I think as far as offense is concerned, we might just go with more main stat. Because we got 6 points, so like, we can get dodge bypass, extra damage on Wide Sweep, and then like an extra charisma from here. And 1 more double strike, or something like that. Although, actually no, 1 more charisma isn't worth as much as 2 damage well centered. So we can take the 2 damage and 1 more double strike. Sure. We'll take that. We have to drag out the new wide sweep, though, so we actually get the full damage. There's probably ways to optimize this better, but it should be good enough. So we picked up like 6 double strike. We picked up quick draw, which will quick draw will probably actually help us. Because while we don't get the whole ranged attack thing from it, we should get the casting spells doesn't interrupt your attack sequence as much, which should help with our key-based spells. But now, we want to come here, to our Epic Destinies. And quite simply, Quick Cutter is too good to pass up. Which stance do we want is an interesting question. Like, Shadow Dancer stance, or rather mantle, isn't particularly useful. Fate Singer mantle isn't useful. Primal mantle, I don't think we have the... We don't have the spell power for it, so it's not very good. Let's see. Exalted Angel is out. Legendary Dreadnought is an option. Legendary Dreadnought's a good option for other reasons too. Yeah, we'll take that. We'll take the W, the Imbue Dice, and more haste boost charges. And then the only remaining question is, do we go with something like Divine Crusader, or do we go with Grandmaster of Flowers? Like, Crusader might actually be better for us. Let's just double check it. So, yeah, we get melee power, we get hit points. We get... We get healing on Smite, which is fine. We get straight up attack and damage, which is good. What does this mantle give? Weapons and shields have your alignment for DR. An attack bonus equal to character level. What is our attack bonus at now? Oh yeah, we don't have full base attack bonus. So that might be useful if we wanted to go there instead. And then enhancement bonus. Favored weapons get a W. And yeah. So that stuff's decent. This is just faster smite regeneration. This is defensive stuff. This is defensive stuff. Yeah, she does that. I have to assume that she's comfortable. But yeah, if we can take Boulder's Might here as well. Yeah. What do I get out of Grandmaster? No, not Shirati. If I want to go Grandmaster of Flowers, I get, you know, maximum key, which doesn't really matter. I'm not, like, suffering for it. Like, nothing in the tier 1 is good for me. Like, we can get more passive key generation if we want to. That's great. Spell resistance isn't useful. The strike isn't nearly as good as Quick Cutter. The mantle isn't good for me. Nothing here is good for me. This is decent, like 3 double strike and stuff, but I guess at this level specifically, Grandmaster Flowers doesn't have anything for me. Like, these would be good because I did end up taking Discipline as my feat that I didn't know what to do with, so we would get extra there. Like, the main thing I would want out of here is the extra magic resist cap, but that's all the way up here, and I don't even know if I want to go T5 on it. So, we don't want Macro Tech. I think we're going to try Divine Crusader for now. And is there anything else over here that I really feel I want to get before that? What about Rejuvenation Cocoon? I have Lay on Hands. I've got other self-healing already. Like, I shouldn't need any other self-healing. Probably. Hopefully. And I picked up a little bit of self-healing here from the smite. So we should be fine on that front. We don't have any, like, big healing, but we should be fine on just general, like, touch-up healing. Oh, right. We need to put stuff on bars. Alright, so mantle goes over here. And then I need to put out Quick Cutter and Boulder's Might. We're going to put that there, that there, that there. And I do need to move Smite. See, there's so much stuff that I want, like, further to the left here. Because I've got my big cleaves. I want Smite further over there, too. Why does it say I don't have mobility? Because I get it. Because I don't have mobility. I have it from here. You gain spring attack. You don't need prerequisites. You're a Tabaxi Trailblazer. It is correct. I don't have mobility. So we're going to go test this out a little bit in the wilderness over here. Just kind of see how some of these things operate. Maybe we want Smite there? Alright, so let's step into Epic Stormhorns and just get a quick overview of how much our various new abilities hit for. We'll note that we haven't really changed much of anything. Alright, so Smite heals me for 186 outside of Reaper. Okay, I don't know how much Quick hits for because it just one-shotted it.
He fell for the satyr's lies, not once, but twice. Was his coin...
Alright, we'll try hitting with Boulder's Might.
Enough. Next time, ply them with swords instead. Or better yet...
Okay, how about this? Not that much. Yeah, okay. I guess I should put up my buffs. Get a better idea. So, fully buffed. I am sitting at 47% double strike, which is not much. Now, I get 25 for hitting this button, so that's good. That's not much. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that you didn't need to actually hit anyone with the Empowered Smite for it to work. Yeah, Quick Cutter continues to be ridiculously busted. Alright, so we're going to do a quick check for gear, and then we're going to call it a night. So I do believe that I still have my... my what? A level 20 weapon with sentience in it. So we're going to pull that out. And we should get a new set of boots. But most of the stuff we'd pull out would have to be level 21, because it's like the Borderlands gear that'll give me extra main stat and things of that nature. So there's not a ton that we're going to put on at 20, but I think it should just be boots and weapon. Show me level 20 to 21. You also show me level 20, 21. Alright. Epic Crocskin boots. we go. Do we want the Drow Puafwi? As opposed to the extra smites and appearing an insightful constitution. Nah. Alright, stout walking stick. Oh, we did take our sentient gem out of it. Unfortunate. Oh, right, that's the other stuff we swap out. Voice and goggles. Because goggles give us full attack speed and some wisdom, which is nice. And of course, we get our epic voice. And let's see. So right now, this is listing at 64.6. And this is listing at 98. So this is like 99 versus 86. Yeah. So it looks like even without the what? It looks like even without sentience on it, it's still a good upgrade just because it's such a big difference in the W's on it. So if we look like down here, it's like, all right, so we have 16 to 20 x4 versus 15 to 20 x4. So we lose 1 crit range, but we go from 2.3 1d8 to 4.3 2d6. So we go from basically, let's see, 4.3 times 7, which is what 2d6 averages to. So that's 28 plus 2. All right, so that's on average 30 damage versus on average 10. Because that's 4.5 times 2.5, which is like 10 or 11. So we have 10 or 11 versus basically 33. That's why even losing 1 crit range is like, no, we're gonna go with this one. So, wait, does it have aligned naturally? Oh, nice. And it bypasses more damage reduction stuff too. Cool. Plus, now we have full attack speed. As you saw earlier today when we were looking at like wind stance versus other stances, we had 8% to attack speed. Now we're up at 15. Very nice. And our melee power is up to 77, which is not great, but without sentience, what are you going to do? What do I have in here? Yeah, Snow Peaks. So that's 1 imbue dice on that. Alright, good. We should be good to go on that front. So that's the gear swaps. We would need to bring out... I'd need to go into a mule to get my charisma versions of like Brutal Force and Wicked Insanity and whatnot. But that should be it for us for the night. So let's see where we are going to. Let's see. Who do we have on? And of the people who we are on, who do we want to raid? Let's pull up our spreadsheet of definitely not getting canceled. So,
That's not.
Alright, that one. We'll not go with that one for this evening. So, in what could get me potentially cancelled, I actually have, because I often, like, randomly raid people who I haven't watched before, because I'm not usually watching people this time of night, because I end stream and go to bed. I do maintain a spreadsheet of, like, people I raided with, like, notes on them. It's like, oh, this person never talks at all. Maybe I shouldn't raid them again. Or things of that nature. And there are people here who I know I've raided who I never entered into my spreadsheet. Let's see. No on that one. No on that one. What is this one? You know what? Let's give this person a try. I don't think I've ever rated them before. They appear to be AFK, so it'll be a surprise to them. So we're going to raid over to Goonie Boy and see how that goes for us. And hopefully we will make a positive entry in the spreadsheet so that he can be rated again in the future. So, for anyone who is here on any platform, whether that's Twitch, YouTube, or, well, those are the only two I'm on. So if you're on something else, I don't know how you got here. Thank you for hanging out, spending your time with me this evening. If you enjoyed it, you know where the buttons are. You know, like, follow, all that mess. You know where it is. You know what it does. Do it or don't. Either way, I appreciate you spending your time here, since there are a lot of options for you to have for entertainment on the internet. And our next stream should be on Thursday. We will probably be on DDO again. With that said, thank you all for being here, and good night.